to the second annual NU Research Conference. So this morning we'd like to get started with a welcome message. First, I'm Jessica Nafee. I'm one of the program coordinators for this event, so thank you all for attending. And if we'd like to get started with a welcome message from our president, Waqar.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and friends. Although I'm unable to join you in person today, due to commitments at an event with the participation of the Head of State, His Excellency, Mr. Qasim Jomart Tokayev, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Nazarbayev University's Annual Research Conference 2025. NUARC brings together researchers, faculty, students, and partners to exchange ideas, present discoveries, and shape the future of research in Kazakhstan. This conference reflects the spirit of collaboration and innovation that lies at the heart of our university. Nazarbayev University is a modern institution that combines international standards with a distinctive Kazakh identity. In just 15 years, NU has established a world-class research environment, attracting talented students and faculty, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration, and contributing to Kazakhstan's development and global academic discourse. Our ambition is to be ranked among the top 300 universities worldwide by 2030, and gatherings like this play a vital role in advancing that goal. The theme of this year's conference, Empowering Innovation, Nurturing Kazakhstan's Next Generation Researchers, highlights our commitment to equipping young scholars with the knowledge, skills, and hands-on experience they need to become tomorrow's innovators. A supportive environment where experienced faculty mentor emerging researchers is central to this vision. Across the university, this commitment is reflected in many ways. The Graduate School of Education, working across the country to raise standards and improve governance in education. The School of Medicine, transforming healthcare education and practice, and the university's continued investment in collaborative research, which connects NU scholars with national and international partners to deliver impactful, high-quality outcomes. With keynote lectures, panel discussions, workshops, and the 3-minute thesis competition, NUARC provides a unique platform for interdisciplinary exchange. It brings together experts, thought leaders, and young researchers to reflect on challenges, share knowledge, and generate new ideas for the future. I'm confident that the conversations and collaborations emerging from this conference will further strengthen Kazakhstan's research ecosystem and inspire meaningful contributions both locally and globally. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd now like to invite our current acting provost, Loretta O'Donnell.
Well, good morning, and welcome. A very, very sincere and warm welcome to all of you here at this second annual research conference. As we heard from our president, Waqar Ahmed, the theme is Empowering Innovation, Nurturing Kazakhstan's Next Generation Researchers. And as you'll hear momentarily, we have some wonderful keynote speakers, and we're very, very grateful to all of them for coming here today. I would like to extend a vote of thanks to Zhumabay Bakenov, our Acting Vice Provost for Research. Zhumabay, would you like to stand up, please, so people can see you? And also his predecessor, Chet Yablonsky, who was instrumental in bringing this conference to bear. I'd also very much like to thank the co-chairs of the conference, Jessica Nafee and Isam Shihab. Isam and Jessica, if you could stand up, please. Thank you very much for your great work here. We would like to say thank you to Professor Sebastian Peyrus, Thomas Jens and Joshua Gellers. Could I ask you gentlemen to stand up if you don't mind so people can know who you are and they're looking forward to hearing from you very soon. I think we know in research that we always build on ideas from the past. Every advance builds on the insight of those who came before, but it's not just about building on the past, it's about being creative and thinking about ideas in the current context. As our previous Vice Provost Research was fond of quoting the words of Louis Pasteur, chance favours the prepared mind. And I'm very pleased today to see some very young minds that are very prepared. We have a number of scholars from Nazarbayev University here. We have quite a few scholars who have come from 9 different countries to attend this conference. I think what's also very exciting is we have emerging scholars from high schools, including people from the Nazarbayev intellectual schools, not only here in Astana, but in other parts of Kazakhstan. So we really are training the next generation of thinkers and researchers. So here at Nazarbayev University, for those of you who are new to us, we're very proud that we've been able to connect theory to practice, to use great ideas and to really try and make them impactful in the society that we serve. As Kurt Lewin famously said, there's nothing as practical as a good theory. Some of you might be familiar with the work of our Institute of Smart Systems and Artificial Intelligence. And could I ask Atakan Varol to stand up so people can see him? He's here today. Many of you would know Atakan by reputation, if not in person. His work on advancing natural language processing and safeguarding and promoting the Kazakh natural language has really taken on national and regional significance. We also are very proud of work that's done in all of our schools, of course, but just let me highlight some wonderful work on translational medicine. So in our medical school, we are definitely connecting theory to practice. The work of Dr. Pia is really now world-renowned. He's performed over 100 heart transplants, and the work he's doing with researchers in the medical school is really helping to transform medical care here in Kazakhstan. We have scholars in robotics who are working with our scholars in education, helping children with autism learn and grow, blending technology and pedagogy to improve learning outcomes. So in our humanities and social sciences, we are celebrating the work of great Kazakh philosophers and poets in literature and drama, taking that to the world stage. We're investing in institutes of strategic importance. Shumabai has created the Batteries Institute, which is pioneering energy storage solutions. So we're doing this not only by ourselves, but with collaborators here in Kazakhstan, in the region and around the world. We're building research partnerships to the extent that nearly 70% of the papers published by Nazarbayev University scholars are published with international co-authors. And what's really exciting and something we're really proud of is that 25% of papers published by Nazarbayev University are published with students as co-authors. That's a very deliberate strategy that we've been running for over 10 years now. And it means we don't underestimate the scholarly capacity of our best and brightest students. We're really taking opportunities to develop systems to liberate their talent and put them on the world stage. We're also proud that we are now working with other universities, not just in research, but in programs. Last week I was in Hong Kong, where we were signing an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with Hong Kong University of Science and Technology for a new 4-year Bachelor's in Eurasian Business program. Next week, I'll be in the UK working with SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies, on a master's program in International Studies and Eurasian Affairs. So we're working with top-notch universities around the world. And what we're doing, I think, is celebrating the fact that here in Kazakhstan, we have world-class education and world-class research. For those of you that are new to Nazarbayev University, you might be surprised that of our 8,300 students, we have quite a few international students representing 41 countries. We have professors from 59 countries. And that diversity helps us reach out around Kazakhstan, around the region, in order to work collaboratively together to solve some important research problems of our time. And I think what we do is important. We're going on a journey towards, from novices, from our students' point of view, to mastery, to really becoming world experts in many areas. And I think it's not just what we do, the research that we do across all the disciplines, but how we do that research is really important as we become role models for higher education here in Kazakhstan and in the broader region. Here at Nazarbayev University, we often quote the work of quantum physicist David Bohm, who decided that it's really important as a scholarly community to distinguish between the concept of discussion and dialogue. And he reminds us that in discussion, which comes from the Latin root, similar to concussion and percussion, we have a clash of ideas. If we engage in discussion, we aim to win. There are winners and losers in discussions. And he challenges us, I think, in a conference like this, in scholarly communities around the world, to engage in dialogue, coming from the Greek, dia logos, which is much more about contributing to a pool of shared meaning. And the way I love to see this operate in our university is when I hear students and professors and our staff members say the phrase, just to clarify, just to clarify. And that means they're listening deeply to what's going on, not in order to judge quickly and to score a point, but to listen, to understand, and then to build on an argument, because we're here in this conference to contribute to a pool of shared meaning. So with that in mind, before I finish, what I'd like you to do is to turn to the people sitting next to you. I'd like you to shake their hand, introduce yourself to them, and so in front or behind, if you're sitting by yourself, just stretch out and shake the hands of someone near you. Share your name, and I'd like you to share what's the one thing you're most interested to learn during this conference over the next few days. What's one thing you're most interested to learn? Please shake hands, introduce yourself, and share what you're most interested to learn. Okay, we might bring that to a conclusion, if you don't mind. I think there's a lot to learn. I think people are here ready to learn. Everyone's curious. People are coming with an open mind, ready to share ideas. I hope that we hear the phrase, just to clarify, as a real symbol of being open and contributing to a pool of shared meaning as we engage in dialogue rather than discussion over the next few days. So a very warm welcome to everybody. I declare the conference open. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you, Loretta. And lastly, I would like to invite up our Vice Provost for Research, Gumabay Bakanov. Without the research department, this conference would not happen.
Thank you very much. I will be short because we are behind the schedule already. So, good morning, dear colleagues, guests, and students. I would like just welcome you at our conference, annual Nazarbayev University Annual Research Conference. I would like to welcome our plenary speakers and thank them for joining us. I would like also welcome our friend, Professor Vasilis Torasis, who agreed and came here. He's our I cannot say former, but former Dean of School of Engineering and Digital Sciences and former Vice Provost for Industry Engagement. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe as Loretta did, could you please stand up also? And I also would like to add that in line with our commitment to sustainability and innovation, NUARC 2025 has embraced a digital format. So we did not print posters or distribution materials this year. Instead, the entire conference program is available online via QR code. Poster sessions are displayed digitally. And thanks to our colleagues from ISAI, Dr. Atakan Varol, you can see that we are introducing a real-time speech-to-text translation application. You can see here the translation to Kazakh language. That's Til Sync application developed by ISAI. Thank you very much for that. And that, I believe, will enhance your experience on attending our conference. And also, all keynote sessions and panel discussions are streamed online via in YouTube. That's also ensuring our ideas reach wider audience beyond the conference hall. So I would not repeat what Loretta already said. I was going to say almost the same. So I would like to wish you a productive conference, discussions and dialogues. And then please also use the presence of our guest speakers to make advantages of their presence at Nazarbayev University. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that introduction to the conference. And now we would actually like to begin our conference with our first keynote speaker. And I'm actually very proud to introduce Sebastian Peiros to you from George Washington University. As someone who also studies Central Asian politics, I have read and cited him many times in my own work. And I'm happy to have him as part and to be able to speak to you about the research that he does and why he's one of the innovators and leaders in making Kazakhstan and Kazakhstan research important. So thank you.
Oh, that's fine. All right, can you hear me? I guess so. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here to meet with all of you. I would first like to start by thanking Nazarbayev University for this very kind invitation, and especially Dr. Dina Sharipova, Mrs. Saule Sadikova, and all the team who worked a lot to organize this conference and also to invite me. So thank you really a lot. So I'm going to talk actually today, I was asked to talk about how to support, to make research from Kazakhstan matter more internationally. And as a researcher who's been working on Central Asia for many years, and I'm also the director of the Central Asia program at George Washington University, I must say that really it's always a pleasure to come to Kazakhstan and to cooperate with my Kazakhstani colleagues and have as many interactions as possible with Kazakhstani institutions. So again, I'm going to talk about how research originating in Kazakhstan is absolutely essential, to develop knowledge and to bring maybe to bring maybe a few concrete examples, some ideas, some advice on how Kazakhstan research can be elevated to resonate maybe a little bit more on the global stage. And what I'm going to say actually is addressed in particular to you, the new generation, the young generation, early career researchers, since you represent, I guess, the majority of the audience today. And over the years, I've had the opportunity to work closely with many scholars across Central Asia, mentoring, collaborating, editing. And I've seen really the intellectual depth and originality that really emerges from Kazakhstan and generally speaking from Central Asia. But I've also, I should say, witnessed the kind of frustration that arises when such works remain under-recognized or underrepresented internationally. And of course, I mean, there is an epistemic dimension to this challenge. Western journals, for example, often privilege certain methodologies, certain theoretical frameworks, or let's say geopolitical narratives. This means that research that does not conform to their expectations may be dismissed as, let's say, too local or not generalizable, even when it offers actually very valuable insights. Also, while the peer review process can be opaque and intimidating, especially for those who are unfamiliar with these conventions. And there are several other barriers, including infrastructure. Many international journals are behind paywalls, and access to them is often restricted by institutional budgets. So let's start why Kazakhstani research matters and why it matters internationally. So at a time when Central Asian scholars increasingly discuss decolonization from Russian and Soviet legacies, we've seen that a lot over these past years, local research in Kazakhstan acquires, I would say, added significance. I mean, beyond filling empirical gaps and offering policy insights, Kazakhstan research represents an act of intellectual sovereignty. For decades, much of the knowledge about Kazakhstan was produced through external frames, first imperial and Soviet, later Western. And these frames often carried assumptions that marginalized local perspectives, that dismissed, for example, nomadic institutions or portrayed modernization as something imported. So by producing and circulating their own scholarship, Kazakhstani researchers are able to reclaim authority over how their society, their history, and environment are understood. Local research allows questions to be formulated from within Kazakhstan realities rather than imposed from outside. And this contributes to reframing Central Asia not as a periphery of someone else's story, but as a region generating knowledge with global relevance. In this sense, supporting and amplifying local scholarships is not only about academic enrichment, it's part of a broader decolonial process of redefining narratives, building confidence in national intellectual traditions, and ensuring that Kazakhstan speaks with its own voice in global debates. And obviously, Kazakhstani research can make a significant theoretical contribution. A well-theorized case study conceived as a test of a general claim can refine or overturn some, let's say, broader hypothesis in any discipline. So when you explicitly link your Kazakhstan evidence to an existing debate, your work moves, let's say, from beyond an interesting example to being a piece of argument in a global conversation. Second, richer evidence from Kazakhstan corrects biased generalizations. The literature is often dominated by Western or large country cases, and that skew can produce false universals. So adding well-documented examples from Kazakhstan and from Central Asia, generally speaking, diversify the evidence base and prevents us from extrapolating incorrectly from narrow set of experiences. Third, policy relevance. Research that reaches international audiences can inform donor programs, bilateral cooperation, and transnational policy debates on a wide array of topics. This policy relevance is actually often immediate. Kazakhstani studies frequently identify mechanisms that macro-level analysis miss. Just a few quick examples here. The precise administrative bottleneck that prevents subsidies from reaching households, or the informal mediation practices that prevent small water disputes from escalating. International agencies and donors routinely need this kind of grounded evidence to design interventions that actually work on the ground. So if those local insights circulate, they become actionable for actors who can implement change. And fourth, okay, we don't really see the last, but it's okay. Fourth, international visibility is a career and funding multiplier. Articles and public engagement attract citations, invitations to collaborate, and grant opportunities. And also networks that sustain long-term research programs. So for young scholars in particular, international exposure opens doors that otherwise might remain closed. But what actually, what continues in a way to strike me today is that Kazakhstani and Central Asian, and Central Asia remain to some extent understudied compared to other regions, despite the clear importance of the country of Kazakhstan and of the region. Central Asia is still considered a niche area within global academia. If you compare them with regions like, for example, the Middle East, or East or South Asia, or Latin America, the number of specialized journals, of book series, or endowed chairs is smaller. For instance, while Middle East Studies has dozens of journals, from Middle East Journal to International Journal of Middle East Studies, Central Asia has only a handful, let's say Central Asian Survey, Central Asian Affairs, and a few emerging platforms. So the audience for these journals is actually loyal, but still limited. But don't get me wrong. There's been a lot of progress over these past 2 decades. You have more and more books on Central Asia. You have, again, several journals dedicated to the region. But if you look at academic edited volumes, including on Asia, Central Asia, I would say, is unfortunately, very unfortunately, often ignored or treated superficially. Addressed, in the wider region of Eurasia and sometimes even Europe, So this is a case also not only for academic publications, but also for reports of international organizations. And, the fact that Central Asia remains less studied has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage, I would say, is obvious: fewer venues to publish, less visibility. But the advantage is that the community is tight-knit. Your work is more likely to be noticed, to be cited, and discussed beyond because the field is small enough that most scholars actually working on Central Asia know each other. Taking into account the importance of Kazakhstani research, and with today's perspective of reflecting on how to make research from Kazakhstan matter internationally, so now I'm going to try to bring a few pragmatic points. So, first, choosing where you want to publish often means which audience you want to reach. So today, if you look at the academic world And if I, of course, if I simplify things a bit, given the short time I have, so you have on one side Western publishing outlets in English, usually hosted in Europe or in the United States, which bring high academic capital. And they are important for countries which are part of the Bologna process, including here, Kazakhstan, which requires PhD students to publish in Western academic journals. I want also to mention that several other countries have been increasingly engaged in research on Central Asia, including Japan, South Korea, China, and India. And you have, of course, more and more publishing outlets within the region itself, often in Russian, increasingly here in Kazakh, but also in English. Kazakhstan, for example, has several journals in English, and Kazakhstan outlets may really capture important local debates, but well, so far at least, they remain a little bit less visible internationally. So let me break down very, very quickly, of course, the academic journal landscape more systematically. I'm not going to make a full list, obviously, in the limited time I have, but first you have some region-specific journals. I guess you all know Central Asian Survey, which has been published since 1982 when I started studying Central Asia. It was the only journal, it was our reference, we were waiting for each new issue because that was really one of the only sources on Central Asia where we could read, really, we could get good information, good, interesting papers on the region. You have a more recent journal, which, I'm the managing editor, Central Asian Affairs, which, like Central Asian Survey, focus on politics, society, culture, and environment. Then you have broader Eurasian post-Soviet journals, so really not necessarily focusing on Central Asia, but which includes Central Asia. And here again, I guess you all know Europe-Asia Studies, which publishes on the history and current political, social and economic affairs of the former communist countries of the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe and Asia. And it's a highly reputable, widely read journal, which covers, again, all the post-Soviet space. You have many others like Post-Soviet Affairs, which is strong in political science. You have Journal of Eurasian Studies, which, by the way, is not published by a Western country, which is published by the Asia Pacific Research Center at Hanyang University in South Korea, and which is devoted to the study of the links that expand across and beyond Eurasia. Also, I quoted here problems of post-communism. And some journals also focus on a more specific sector. Some journals covering Eurasia focus on a more specific sector, like Eurasian Geography and Economics, which covers geopolitical and geoeconomic developments across Eurasia. Nationalities papers, which focuses on identity, ethnicity, nationalism across the region, or you have some journals focusing more on history, like Slavic Review and Ab Imperio. And finally, the third category, which is disciplinary journals, which are open to Central Asia. And of course, you have many of them around the world in political science, like democratization, like comparative politics, in sociology and anthropology, and in history, like Critica, Journal of Modern History. So, again, I'm not going to make an exhaustive list. It wouldn't make any sense. But my key point here is that your choice of journal signals your intended audience. Publishing in Central Asian Survey or Central Asian Affairs says, I'm talking to fellow Central Asian specialists. Publishing in comparative politics says, I want to contribute to a debate beyond the region. And both are important, of course. So, just to summarize, the academic landscape of Central Asia is small, but it's vibrant. What I found extremely motivating, I must say, is that the field is also becoming more diverse. You know, younger generation, younger scholars like you, all of you who are here today, are entering Western PhD programs. They are publishing more and more internationally, and this is really wonderful. So much needed. This is really helping rebalance the conversation. So, and let me tell you that, you know, when I started my career a long time ago already, a huge majority of publications were made by Westerners. This is not the case anymore. And again, this is wonderful. But it is important that local research continues to develop and be visible in international outlets. One point, because you of course notice that all the journals I mentioned are published in English. Despite the importance of publishing in local outlets, in local languages, today it's, I believe, I mean, a kind of unavoidable reality that publishing in English in academic journals will be read much more widely. Whether we like that or not, English remains the international language. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you should not publish in Kazakh or in Russian, what does not prevent the other. But you know, so I'm originally from France. And I began my career in France and started publishing in France. And I believe that there are excellent, there's an excellent French scholarship on Central Asia, just as there is, for example, in many other countries around the world. But unfortunately, I've noticed that being in the United States, many works published solely in French, or let's say in German or in Italian, tend to be overlooked by the international academic community. So French language publications rarely reach, I would say, beyond a French, Belgium, or Swiss readership. Publishing in Kazakh or Russian means that you might have an impact on your national readership. Publishing in English means that you're going to get a much wider audience and that your academic research is going to take much more, is going to be taken much more into account. So once a researcher has decided where she or he wants to be to publish, the next essential step is obviously how to write effectively, not only to be published, but also to have an impact. So I'm of course not going to give you a lecture today on methodology, but I just would like to share with you, briefly here a few points that seem important to me. So I'm a researcher, but I'm also, as I already mentioned, I'm also the managing editor of an academic journal of Central Asian Affairs. So I'm probably going to talk today more, less as a researcher than as a managing editor. First, and a very important point, publishing on an article on Kazakhstan or on Central Asia is not just about presenting good data. It's about framing and positioning and strategy, actually. And one of the most common pieces of feedback authors receive is that this article is too descriptive. What reviewers often mean is that the paper presents, let's say, a fascinating material, but it doesn't explain what this case teaches us for the country or for the region or beyond the region. In other words, and especially if you're considering publishing in a journal which is not focusing on Central Asia, please keep in mind that the editor-in-chief is going to wonder, even before sending the paper to reviewers, why should someone who studies, let's say, Africa or Latin America or Europe care about your case? Or if you're aiming to publish in a journal with a disciplinary focus, consider what your case contributes to a broader anthropological or sociological reflections, one capable of sparking the interest of anthropologists or sociologists who may not necessarily be concerned or interested in Central Asia or even with the Eurasian continent. So basically, tell readers whether Kazakhstan is a critical case that tests a theory or bring a typical case that illustrates a common mechanism or bring an outlier that challenge accepted wisdom. Even if your project is a single case study, you can also propose 2 or 3 concrete comparators, for example, with other Central Asian countries, but also beyond, and explain how those comparisons illuminate the general claim. So this comparative language signals that your work is intended to speak beyond a single locality. Second, when you think submitting a paper to an academic journal, an important step then is to have a clear focus research question. Let me bring here some examples which are actually based on some submissions we have received for Central Asian affairs. Instead, for example, of writing a title like, what is the role of the spiritual administration of Muslims in Kazakhstan today? This is a submission we received again. Just try to be a little bit more complex here, like how do Islamic institutions in post-Soviet secular states balance religious identity with state-imposed regulatory frameworks? Why? Because the second formulation speaks to religion and politics literature, not only to Kazakhstan specialists. Once you have a good question, then you need, of course, to situate it in theory. This, of course, does not mean overwhelming your reader with jargon or way of citing dozens of theories. It means more identifying which scholarly conversation you are entering. So, in order really to make research matter more globally, let me outline a few pitfalls I've seen, unfortunately, many times in manuscripts about Central Asia we have received, and which usually conduct reviewers to reject or ask for very substantial revisions. The first one is overly descriptive, what we call country reports. You sometimes receive a 9,000-word article that just describes events chronologically. So always, such papers are very unlikely to pass peer reviews. Journals want analysis. And some weak conclusions. We receive many papers which just summarize very, very briefly the findings, but don't answer actually the so what question. So always end with, or try to end with, why your case matters more broadly. A very, very quick point here, because I'm referring to the substance, but please read the journal submission guidelines very carefully and follow them exactly. We also receive manuscripts that do not comply with state requirements, and such submissions are rejected even without review. So writing for journals is not only about gathering good material, it's also about framing the right research question, connecting to the right scholarly debates. And by doing that, your work can reach beyond Central Asia and really enrich global scholarship. So journals are often the first step in publishing, especially for early career scholars. But for many of us, the ultimate goal is a book, either a monograph or at least participation in an edited volume. And books obviously allow for broader arguments, for deeper ethnographic or historical analysis, but at the same time, they are demanding, they are competitive, and they are long-term projects. And monographs, of course, remain the gold standard for academic careers, and this at the global level. In most university systems around the world, publishing a strong book with a recognized press is a requirement for tenure or for promotion. So why write a monograph? Well, first, it allows you to tell a bigger story than an article can. You can develop your theoretical framework in depth. And it establishes your scholar identity, not only locally, but very importantly, globally. And it also brings greater visibility to the subject you are working on, with a particular focus on the case of Kazakhstan. But here again, thinking about visibility, and beyond the substance of your book, making your research matters also means thinking about where to publish a monograph. So which presses publish on Central Asia? Actually, you have more and more presses interested in Central Asia. I'm not going to mention all of them again, but you have Cambridge, Oxford, Cornell, Stanford, Edinburgh. They still don't publish on the region, but again, we've seen an increasing number of books on Central Asia, and I would say of really excellent books. And when they do, it's often because a book speaks to big debates in global history, or in political science, or anthropology. So the publishing process, of course, with university presses is long. It's generally over 1 year, especially when revisions are required, because after revisions, they will have to be submitted again to reviewers. But publishing a monography in a university press is, of course, very prestigious, and it will give you strong visibility beyond your own country. Then you have mid-sized specialized presses, so like Hearst, which has become a good press for Central Asia with both scholarly and policy-relevant books. Routledge has a Central Asian Studies series, and you have more and more publishers like Brill, Roman Littlefield, Bloomsbury, which also publish in the field. So, I mean, these books are, of course, less prestigious than a university press, but it's usually published much faster, and they're pretty well circulated. It actually depends on where you are in your career. Also, I would like to mention here, because I will talking I'm talking today how to help make Kazakhstani research matter globally. You might also want to take into consideration the price of the book, and I'm going to say something maybe a little bit politically incorrect, but some books, some publishers set a book price is quite high, often between $150 and $200, which I find a little bit frustrating because it inevitably limits your readership. I mean, few scholars and even fewer students will be able to, to spend such an amount of money on a single volume. So while libraries may purchase their titles, this typically results in a more restricted audience, which can be a bit frustrating, I think. So how to approach a publisher? I mean, each publisher has its own rules, but very often you don't actually need a full manuscript to start. But in many cases, what you need is a strong book proposal for example, like 5-8 pages explaining the argument, contributions, the structure of your book, 1 or 2 sample chapters, and a sense of the audience. For example, is this for disciplinary scholars, area studies, or policy readers? And also editors, publishers want to know why this book, why now, and why you. So what makes a strong monograph proposal? Here again, you need a strong, bold argument. Don't just say, let's say, this is the first study of migration in Kyrgyzstan. Say instead, this book shows how migration in Kyrgyzstan reshapes the social contract in semi-authoritarian settings, challenging our understanding of migration politics globally. If you want to get noticed, you really need a clear fit with existing debates. Publishers like to see that you know where your book sits, both in Central Asian studies and in broader scholar conversations. Now, edited volumes are, as you know, of course, a collection of essays. They can be great opportunities, but they have also limitations. First, advantages. They are manageable. You know, a chapter obviously is less work than a full monograph. And this might help you to build connections with other scholars in the field. You bring your knowledge, you bring your ideas. Visibility also, your chapter may be widely read if the book becomes a reference. The disadvantages now is that edited volumes have a lower prestige. The edited volume chapters are generally not valued as highly as peer-reviewed journals, articles, or monographs, and some universities actually barely count them for tenure. Even another point is the uneven quality. The impact of the book depends actually on the editor's reputation and the coherence of the volume. And time, like any book, you know, volumes often take years sometimes to appear, and delays are, I would say, not uncommon. So overall, when what you write and where you publish also depends on what you want to do in your career, what kind of impact you want to have, and where you want to have an impact. And why am I saying that? Because so far, I've spoken mostly about publishing in academic outlets, peer-reviewed journals, edited volumes, and monographs. And again, these are essential for building scholarly credibility and advancing your own, Kazakhstani perspectives, and contribute to global theoretical debates. But for many of us working on Central Asia, there is also another important dimension, engaging beyond academia. And Kazakhstan and Central Asia are, of course, deeply relevant to ongoing policy debates. Our research often touches on issues with immediate real-world implications on governments, on human security, on religions, on environmental issues, climate change, regional connectivity, etc., etc. And so scholars who study these topics sometimes feel a responsibility to make their knowledge accessible, not only outside university walls, but also outside their own country. So why reach beyond, why publish beyond academia? First, policy relevance. Governments, international organizations, and think tanks often lack nuanced understanding of Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Scholars can contribute to filling this gap. Civil society engagement, civil society organizations and activists working on the ground need contextual analysis and comparative perspectives to strengthen their advocacy. Countering misrepresentation. The region is often simplified, as you probably noticed, in media narratives as merely a kind of, as merely a buffer zone between great powers, or reduced, to stories of authoritarianism. Scholars like you can inject complexity and local voices. So overall, for some scholars, contributing to policy debates activists provides an added sense of purpose beyond academic citation counts. So what forms can this take? Publishing beyond academia and being read usually means shorter, more accessible formats, like policy briefs and memos, which are usually concise, between 3 and 5 pages, which are clearly structured, written in not technical language with actionable recommendations. They are highly valued in think tanks and international organizations. Think tank and papers and online platforms like outlets like Carnegie Politica or The Diplomat, or you have also some OSCE-related briefing series such as the OSCE Insights. Many of them actually publish analytical and very accessible pieces. Or NGO reports and white papers collaborating with civil society organizations can amplify your impact, although one must be cautious about maintaining independence. And blog and commentaries. shorter reflections, for example, on events, for example, on EurasiaNet or Open Democracy, which I'm sure you know, can reach a really wide and diverse audience. And media engagement, op-eds or interviews in international outlets, for example, foreign policy, allow you to bring your expertise directly into global debates. So, writing for, let's say, decision makers and civil society differs actually fundamentally from academic writing. So first, clarity over complexity. Avoid jargon. Strip away heavy theoretical framing. Focus on concrete findings and implications. Brevity. A good policy brief rarely exceeds 2,000 words, and frankly speaking, often they are between 800 and 1,200 words. The structure starts with the so what, why this matters now, and what should be done, and then provide background for details. And actionable recommendations. Policymakers expect not just analysis, but guidance, even if it's modest. Or even if it's framed just as options. So the potential risk, well, you can't see very well the bottom of the screen, but engaging beyond academia comes with challenges. First, simplification. There is a risk of oversimplifying complex realities. The key is to communicate clearly without being simplistic. Perceptions of advocacy. Scholars risk being seen as advocates or activists rather than neutral analysts. This is not necessarily a problem, by the way. Frankly speaking, I've never thought myself to, in my career, to hide my political views, but it's really up to you. You know, what I mean here is that it requires self-awareness and clarity. Some safety concern, of course, depending on the country where you work, you have to be careful if you work on sensitive issues. And institutional pressures, some universities value peer-reviewed articles. I mean, all universities value peer-reviewed articles more than policy engagement. And some scholars must balance career incentives with broader impact. But despite these challenges, publishing beyond academia has, I think, interesting benefits. First, this will increase your visibility. Most policymakers, funders, do not read Central Asia Survey, do not read Central Asian affairs, they read the diplomat. You know, I'm interacting with a lot of diplomats in my work, and many of them will tell me, you know, if your paper goes beyond 3 or 4 pages, we just don't have time to read them. Second, that will foster your networks. You know, think tank collaboration often lead to invitations for conferences, to workshops, or advisory roles, which is likely to increase the impact of your analysis beyond Kazakhstan. It creates impact. Your research may influence debates on the topic you're working on. And it enriches academic work because I believe that engaging with practitioners often generates new questions, new data, and new perspectives for scholar research, and that at a global level. But here again, I mean, just want to be clear, I want to emphasize this point. I'm not telling you that you need to do that. It's really up to you, what you want to do in your career. So, to summarize here, publishing beyond academia does not replace academic publishing. In a way, it expands the meaning of scholarship, not just as something we write for each other in the academic circles, but as something that circulates in society and influences how the region is understood, not only here in Central Asia, but beyond, and to include your findings in more comparative analysis. So it is a way to expand the impact of your research, to connect your research with the people who need more knowledge to make decisions and to design programs. So, and now, what time is it? Up to now, you know, so we've looked at journals, at books, and writing strategies. But circulating your research, making it matter, making it more well-known is not just about writing. It's also about navigating the ecosystem around research. Who you know, how you access data, and what networks you join, and how you collaborate. All of this helps your publications being more visible and have an impact. Most successful publishing careers are embedded in scholarly communities. So it's a way to get ideas, to develop networks, and to see what scholars are working on. So how do you do that? Well, first, attending seminars, conferences and conventions help a lot. You have many now today key conferences and associations like the CSS, which I guess all of you know, the Central Asian Study Society, which is very, very active in North America. It's an annual conference with a broad membership. By the way, I'm proud to say that GW is going to host this conference this year in November. Then you have the ESCAS, the European Society for Central Asian Studies, which was founded, if I'm not wrong, in 1985, which holds conference every 2 years, which is a great place, of course, to meet with senior and emerging scholars. And you have, again, many others, which are not necessarily focusing on Central Asia, like the AC, the Association for Slavic, East European and Eurasian Studies, which is a very big annual gathering. And again, here, Central Asia is a minority, but the panels offer visibility to broader Eurasian audiences. And I'm just going to quote another one, like the Association for the Studies of Nationalities. And of course, you have many, many conventions focusing on a specific discipline, on anthropology, on economy, political science, whatever. So, I mean, I'm of course aware, you know, that attending this kind of conferences is not cheap, of course. I mean, traveling there, registration fees, all of that, and frankly speaking, you know, if I'm not funded, I'm unlikely to attend a convention. But if you can, I think they really bring a lot, and they help me a lot, especially in the beginning of my career. Why conference matters? Because, you know, you present your work in progress, and you receive feedback before submitting to journals. This is very helpful. You also meet with editors. Many journal editors attend these conferences and recruit papers. And as a managing editor of Central Asian Affairs, I do that. You know, when I go to a panel, if I hear a very good presentation, I'm going to go and meet with a presenter and ask, would you be interested in publishing your paper in my journal? You also build your peer network. You know, the people you meet may invite you to participate in a special issue or to co-edit a volume with you. The point is that don't just attend the panels. You know, go to the reception, to book lunches, to informal dinners. Try to introduce yourself to scholars you admire. Most of them will be very approachable. Or even volunteer, you know, as a discussant or a panel organizer. It shows initiatives and gets you noticed. So, I'm going to conclude because I already talked too long, I guess. So, let me stress here one essential point. Research from Kazakhstan, you know, publishing today is not only about journals and books, it's also about visibility. One point, by the way, which I forgot to mention, try also to maintain a Google Scholar profile, you know, a university page, or a LinkedIn presence. And again, share your work. You know, editors, funders, and collaborators often discover scholars through their online profiles. So, again, to conclude, what I would like to say, research from Kazakhstan, you know, is not peripheral, but central to the global scholar conversation. The question you raise, the data you collect, and the arguments you develop matter far beyond Kazakhstan itself. They matter for reclaiming narrative authority to ensure that Kazakhstani perspectives shape how the region is understood rather than being spoken for by others. They matter for academia, where your cases can refine theory, correct false generalizations, and expand comparative knowledge. They matter for policy, where your grounded insights can improve programs, cooperation, and governance. And they matter for society, where research contributes to public debate, civic empowerment, and a strong intellectual community. At the same time, publishing is never just about data. It's also about positioning, how you frame your research, how you link them to ongoing debates, and how you present them to different audiences. So the strength of Kazakhstani scholarship lies not only in its empirical richness, but in its ability to speak across border and disciplines. So if you keep this in mind, and I'm sure you have that in mind, I'm sure your work will not only document Kazakhstan, but it will really help shape the way the world understands Kazakhstan and your research on Central Asia and beyond. And I'm sorry I talked too long, so I should really stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Perros. And thank you, everyone. I would like to invite everyone up to take a picture, a group picture, before we break into the different rooms. So if we can invite everyone up to take a group picture. Oh, take it here. Okay. So if you guys can all come down so that we can take a group picture into the first couple rows.
Can you move to this side? Right to left.
No, in the back, in the back. Please move to this side, in the back. Yes. More.
Oral sessions will start at 11, and there will be a panel here for the energy transitions. Thank you.
Теперь получается обратно на ту первую презентацию. Можно, да, вернуться?
Первый, да?
Следующий слайд. Можно переключать? Ой, а здесь не видно, да?
Сейчас должно видно быть. Сейчас, минуту.
Это можно уже закрывать.
Вот.
А другую, первую, которая его презентация была? Нет. Вот эту.
Так.
Ее можете закрыть. Следующий слайд. Можно, пожалуйста?
Четвертый, да?
Все, можно закрыть.
Все, заново запущу.
Бэкграунд. Вроде хорошо, да?
Да, вроде хорошо.
Класс, спасибо. Только единственное, это же перекрывал.
Ну, их надо сделать заново. Сейчас. Можно сделать вот так. Так и поменьше, да? Поменьше.
Здесь.
Мгм.
Actually, 5
Вот так можно, да?
people on the panel because we have terraces.
But he asked not to.
Yeah, he knows he's not in the thing, but
Yes, I mean,
I bet they're set up. One more chair? Yeah. I thought about it. I used to.
Bir, iki, üç, dört, beş. 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 1, 2, 1.
name is Arun.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. And thank you for our wonderful panelists. So welcome to our panel on From Transition to Transformation, Governing a Sustainable Energy Future in Kazakhstan. I'm Jessica Nafi, and I will be moderating this panel. And so we will now go through all of our panelists. I will have them introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about the work that they do and how it relates to the energy transition. So please, Yerlik, if you'd like to begin.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Yerlik Karajan. I head the Central Asian Climate Foundation since February. I also run ESG agenda.
Добрый день, меня зовут Бауыржан Утевлиев. Я являюсь директором департамента цифровизации АО «Кигок». К сожалению, Сухим Фалмас не смог принять участие на данной конференции.
Hello everyone. My name is Aray Sirigjanova. I'm leading the country's first board-level think tank that's called Chapter Zero Kazakhstan. So we work at the intersection of climate change and corporate governance.
Hello, my name is Madina Junusova. I'm a senior research fellow at the Institute of Public Policy Administration of University of Central Asia and also urban development lead. Our university brings together 3 countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. So I'm pretty interested in the urban governance and how we can actually strengthen our cities and towns, especially mining regions and towns. And related to this, I am also doing study in decarbonization and how we can achieve just transition. Recently, I become a part of the UNEC expert team in just transition. And we are now working on the principles of just transition on the global scale, but we hope with Jessica we will test it on the local level in Central Asia. Thank you.
I'm Vasilios Tourasis, former Vice Provost for Industry Engagement at Nazarbayev University and former founding Dean of the School of Engineering and Digital Sciences. I work today as a senior executive in the Middle East in major knowledge economy development. And I think the energy transition is a common theme between Central Asia and the Gulf countries.
So for this panel, we will start by having a 45-minute panel session, and then we will open it up to questions from the audience, so you will be able to ask our panelists questions. So we're going to have 3 themes that we're going to talk about today: institutional capacities, human capacities, and the skill gaps in Kazakhstan, and inclusivity and participatory governance here in Kazakhstan. So I'd like to start with asking our panelists a question about institutional capacities. As we know, Kazakhstan is attempting to go to zero emissions. They have broad goals of their 2060 plan, but this requires a lot of institutional coordination and a lot of institutional capacities. So what do you think are the institutional coordination gaps that exist between ministries, between government and businesses, and between the national and local levels? So if any of our panelists would like to start with that question and think about the institutional capacities. Medina, would you like to start?
I think when we talk about in general, energy transition, I always have a question: is this energy transition for Astana and Almaty, or is for the whole country? Because it's for whole country, we have to be aware that our economy is based on natural resources and mining and energy. So I think who of you can spend at least one day without energy? I think none of us, yeah? Especially people living in remote areas, in mining regions and towns, they are very much impacted. And of course, Kazakhstan is leading in Central Asia in terms of the climate action and strategy of reaching carbon neutrality. But I think the weak point is that if we go to the local level, because we did a public perception study recently on how people perceive the energy transition, we find out that people are not aware of the national strategies and policies. So at the local level, unfortunately, they don't know anything about what's happening in Astana related to transition. Even though they run some renewable projects, for example, it was a paradox because we asked, do you have renewable projects? They said, yes, we have solar stations, we have wind. And I said, how it contributes to decarbonization? They said, what? Those are just projects we're implementing. So I think we have to do something to strengthen the implementation of the national policies at the local level. And this relates to the not only capacity, but also behavioral change, because unfortunately, in many cases, the policy is not well translated at the local level. So we should not assume that they just read and understand everything, every term, because not all terms are understood in Kazakh language, for example. We tackled the problem with resilience and sustainability, how to translate it into Kazakh, to make it acceptable and understandable. So that's why I think there is still a gap. And unfortunately, gap is wider when we go to the mining towns. And because of this gap, we have social protests and we have social, I think, resistance, and we have to deal with this and do something. And maybe we have to invest in research to study this paradox. Thank you.
And Yerlik, could you add a bit about corporations and some of the issues that they face in terms of reaching these energy transition and sustainability goals?
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Jessica, I was thinking about this question. It depends on how you kind of address it, from which side of it, right? In terms of when you talk about institutional capacity, it's actually a very fundamental question. Whenever we talk to colleagues from various sectors, we find out that, as Madina has just rightly now noted out, that we simply do not understand each other. We speak in different languages. Corporate language is one. NGOs speak something of different. Government talks about strategies. And where is the application? How does it work? Because when we talk, for example, to corporates, it's always about the business model, right? Whether you are viable or not. And then when you have new factors which affect the viability, the commercialization of what you do, then any new factor which decreases your potential income, unfortunately, is negative. So in that regards, I think institutionally, what we are lacking is the dialogue. The dialogue when we talk of the same definitions. When we talk in one language. And in that regards, you know, the question that you're asking is a very difficult one to answer. In a sense, you have to address it to each of the institutions that you might highlight. It is the non-governmental sector, which is rather emotional, which works with down-to-the-ground issues like seeing the air pollution or the general whatever contamination that we might face, and we face all the time. And then, of course, they raise a question, so why are you not acting, and who is responsible for that? Okay, normal thinking would be that the government is responsible. Now take, okay, the government side. The government is really thinking of two things. Take the Kazakhstan case. First is, of course, is a strategic goal. We announced the carbon neutrality, which is very big and excellent announcement in general, and I think we need to go in that direction. However, when you talk to the government officials, you just realize, and it's not only the case of Kazakhstan, that there's not much of understanding. I participated once several years ago in one very interesting study on subsidies, particularly to support the green economy. And what the subsidies are there, and are they supporting anything in that direction? And the interesting finding was that whatever subsidy they may be, actually it goes to support the fossil fuels. Whereas we announce one thing, we go towards carbon neutrality, but the actual activity is not there. And even look, for example, for the whole of the budget structure, most of it is social. The government spends a lot on tackling the social issues, and these are big heritage issues that we have all back from Soviet times. Unfortunately, we have large-scale economy I mean, it's economies of scale that is developed in Kazakhstan, and so that's the government side. So when you talk to colleagues, and I'm very happy to see, for example, my colleague here, Rustam, if you can wave your hand. Rustam is heading the team of modelists in Rasul Damu. His task is very challenging and very difficult. He is there to work on a formula which would calculate various factors which affect the final outcome, if I may say so. If the final outcome is zero carbon, so he has to provide us with potential decisions that the government needs to make through the regulatory tools. Now the question is the government ready? Not much of understanding. Okay, the question is the business ready? Not much of money. Well, simple, we were talking yesterday about methane emissions. And apparently when you talk about methane, coal bed methane, for example, that's a very big issue for general the emissions that we have here in Kazakhstan, in all the fossil dependent countries. Now the question is whether, for example, the power stations which are coal fired, are they able to access money today? What they are saying is that we cannot. We are considered a brown economy. We're not green. So there's not much of a brown money now in banks. Banks are going into green. So the fundamental gap is there. Sorry, just 2 more messages, if I may. Now, if you go to the academia is doing a very right thing. Okay, we're calculating, we're talking, we're seeing, but what I see that the drive there is unfortunately not yet that public. Now, when I say public, we are not yet communicating on a strategical level. We are not yet conveying the messages which would drive the change. The change, but by the change I mean that we need to think of actions that will affect, and these are very difficult actions. You have to transform the economy in such a way that would actually affect everyone. These are not simple decisions, but you have to be very serious. You have to be very target-oriented, and in that regards, this is the major gap. I think, to me, is communications, which then lead to actions. If not, I'm not too complex.
No, and actually, while talking about education and the coordination and communication, Arai, maybe I could ask you to talk about that and some of the work that possibly could be done to bridge those gaps.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you so much, Yerlik, for bringing in this important topic of how basically the state, the business, and academia are in some way or the other fragmented from each other. So basically, each of the stakeholders, and it's also known as a trilemma, and normally in various societies, and I have done my bachelor's in Norway myself, and I've been working as a teaching assistant to my professor, and I've seen how his projects, although he works in the academia and he's a professor and he does research, has to do a lot with the policy making. So basically he then sort of, the academic work that he does then sort of lends in the policy making, and that policy making then benefits the business. So this is how this trilemma should sort of ideally operate, and this is the conversation we also have been having with Jessica, and sort of discussing how we can handle this, and sort of building on what Yerli has mentioned, given that this trilemma is lacking communication, and I'm sort of summarizing what Yerli has mentioned, given that there is a critical need for collaboration, and there is a critical need for a facilitator in that sense. And we as Chapter Zero Kazakhstan, although being very young, we have been established last year, and we have to do with, we're part of the World Economic Forum's initiative on climate governance. So we sort of come from this international network, being the national and regional representatives. What we try to do in that sense is that we try to bridge this gap. So basically we try to be in and facilitate this trilemma, to then have this gap that has been mentioned earlier also by Madina, is that there is a commitment and there is a execution side. So given that commitment is there, but then the execution side is lacking also because we're lacking the understanding of the local and regional aspect, I think it's critical that NGOs like ours and sort of think tanks and generally grassroots level initiatives are there. And also, given that we're in the university and I see that the audience is full of also young people, I think it's critical that all the stakeholders play together, collaborate, and really have this unified and universal vision to then drive this change together. Because we also have this understanding that, oh, if I work in the state, I only portray and sort of promote the interest of the state. But what we are trying to say is that, guys, we come as a neutral platform, so we try to do the following. We try to talk to the stakeholders, bring them together in the room, and I'm really grateful to Jessica for having this panel today. I think it's very timely because you can see even from this panelist today that we represent different sectors. We do represent academia, we do represent the business, we do represent, to some extent, the state. So I think this is the conversations we need to have more, and we need to have then the tangible policy-making briefs and outcomes that will actually lend to something that will make a difference further. So it shouldn't be just a conversation. I represent Gen Z, so I don't really like the conversations in the place. I think it's critical that we talk, but then we have these things landed on the ground and actually get things going. I know it's very tough. I work in this space for the past 6 years. It's super hard, but at the same time, I think it's very much manageable. So I think that should be the ask that we as young people also have for the state, for the business, and for the academia. Thank you.
Mr. Teliev, could you talk about KGOC and the institutional capacities and the current governance challenges that they face?
К сожалению, у меня плохо с английским. Я в части энергетики расскажу. Вот, для энергетики ESG особенно важен. Именно здесь формируется баланс между надежностью электроснабжения, ростом экономики, сокращением углеродного следа. КИГОК как системный оператор единой электроэнергетической системы интегрировал ESG в стратегию развития до 2032 года. Для нас ESG – это практический инструмент управления. Мы строим работу на международных стандартах. ESG показатели у нас включены в KPI руководства и находятся под контролем Совета директоров. В прошлом году КИГОК обеспечил экономию свыше 61 тысяч гигаджоулей энергоресурсов, что позволило сократить выбросы на 9 тысяч тонн СО2. Мы реализуем климатическую программу до 2060 года и полностью согласованы с национальной стратегией углеродной нейтральности. Особое внимание у нас уделяется управлению климатическими рисками. Это КИГОК учитывает как переходные, так и физические риски, в том числе рост доли ВИЭ, воздействие экстремальных погодных условий на электрические сети. Хотел бы сказать, что КИГОК у нас постоянно учитывает это вносит свой вклад в это снижение углеродной нейтральности. И для нас ESG это не просто набор принципов, а фундамент устойчивого развития, позволяющий гарантировать Казахстану надежную, современную и зеленую энергетику.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Vasilios, could you talk about, because I know your background in industrial engagement between academia and industry, what role could they bridge in helping with these institutional capacity issues and institutional coordination?
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you for the invitation. I would like to address your previous questions with two predictable answers and one challenging one. From the institutional point of view, it is clear that there is a problem because the various ministries advance their own initiatives without a central plan and a coordination of those activities, which makes it very difficult to implement later on, and it creates confusion in the society. From the business point of view, the usual claim is that they need a predictable and stable framework, and all these initiatives, incentives that come and go over the years, they confuse them and they cannot make the appropriate economic plans. But I go to the challenging part of your question, which is the fact that we have to admit that energy transition means social transformation. There is no other way around it. And I think my colleagues here have already outlined the fact that when you go to a mining town and you talk about energy transition, you are basically talking to the people and you say, I will take away your way of life. I will disrupt your life. I will disrupt the life of your children. Everything that you know will go out of the window. And you do that for a good cause. We all understand that that cannot sell very well. And this problem cannot be addressed easily by the usual consultative processes that government does. You go around the regions and you bring the experts and they say very nice things because the audience is not ready to accept, either because their economic interests are being hurt by this, or because they don't have the technical and other capability to understand the impact in the long term. So my thesis here is that we have a very significant challenge that we need to address, and universities will have to play a seminal role in addressing this challenge. And I think in the next section we will have the opportunity to talk in more detail about how universities can address that.
I wanted to chime in. Я хотел бы на русском, да, поддержать коллегу из КИГОК по части той повестки, которая была обозначена. Это вот корпоративный язык, вопрос экологической, социальной и ответственности корпоративного управления. Знаете, есть очень любопытная ситуация, с которой я лично столкнулся, когда работал с КИГОК. У нас был контракт, я детали не могу рассказать, но как раз-таки я поддерживал компанию в проведении так называемой работы по части АВОС. Вы знаете, да, что это такое? Оценка воздействия на окружающую среду. Это, по сути, регуляторный инструмент, когда государство, прежде чем позволить делать какой-то проект, он, значит, разработал определенные стандарты, как должны быть оценено воздействие потенциального проекта на окружающую среду. И вот там, в принципе, все достаточно хорошо прописано. Но любопытная ситуация была следующая. Когда компания берет какой-то большой займ, то кредиторы применяют совершенно другие подходы. Они чуть более прагматичны, и в их терминологии АВОС превращается в АВОС 2С, когда они включают не только окружающую среду, но и социальный аспект. Так вот, тот кейс, в котором я участвовал, вдруг обнаружил примерно следующее. Наша задача была помочь проекту значит, в прокладке будущей линии, и мы, значит, оценивали и работали с местным сообществом. Была хорошая делегация, до 12 человек, разные специалисты, даже те, которые, значит, измеряют уровень шума, который потенциально может воздействовать на людей, которые живут там, в отдаленных регионах. Был также нанят археолог, задача которого была посмотреть на культурное наследие. Были люди, которые занимались биоразнообразием. Обнаружилось, что в Казахстане почему-то нет поставщиков, которые могут хорошо и фундаментально сделать оценку того, как потенциальный проект может повлиять на биоразнообразие. Были специалисты, которые могут по стандартам, иностранные специалисты, западным стандартам, хорошим стандартам, проанализировать потенциальные риски, связанные с будущим проектом. Я к чему это все говорю? Проект на самом деле удался, получилось хорошо, но я был примерно в таком же зале, мы ездили по поселкам, и когда ко мне сами сотрудники компании подошли и сказали: спасибо вам большое за то, что вы делаете такую работу, вы нас слышите, сделайте так, чтобы проект был хороший. Сделайте так, чтобы мы не потеряли в нем, чтобы были рабочие места, чтобы действительно был хороший эффект. И это было сделано так эмоционально, я помог с переводом вот с этой командой, что я понял, что мы делаем правильное дело. Но это говорит о чем? О том, что есть вот этот разрыв, гэп, то что, да, в том, как государство видит свои стандарты, как видит финансовая организация свое ожидание в отношении того, как управляются рисками, и как работают вот эти отдельные специалисты. Очень любопытный кейс. Археолог рассказал мне интересную историю, что, оказывается, у каждого археолога, понятно, есть черные археологи и так далее, в Казахстане есть своя собственная база знаний, своя собственная интерактивная база, карта, в которой они отмечают точки потенциальных археологических культурных мест, с которыми они не делятся с центральными органами. То есть это очень спорадическая такая интересная информация, только с позиции не потерять конфиденциальность и, может быть, не дать информацию для вот этих черных копателей, назову их так. И это очень страшно, когда вдруг Мы заявляем идеологически, что мы там уважаем, например, тот же самый аспект культурного наследия, но на самом деле в реальности это работает не так эффективно. И когда наш АВОЗ очень сильно отличается от того, что делают западные поставщики, и оказывается, у нас нет вот этой объективной информации. Я просто хотел поддержать Кигок в том числе в том, что они делают. На самом деле, наверное, очень хороший кейс. Как рейтинговое агентство я очень бы хотел действительно посмотреть больше деталей в то, что делает Кигок. Мы тоже обсуждали эту тему. Но в целом вот такая работа ведется, и она вот как будто идет с разных сторон. Когда мы возвращаемся к теме институциональной поддержки, да, еще один кейс, да, это то, что мы как раз сделали с Джессикой, с коллегами, ее девочками, да, командой. Мы сделали анализ того, как компании, крупные налогоплательщики, 356 компаний, вот я хочу всех отметить, и да, девушки, они просмотрели каждую компанию в отношении того, как они коммуницируют в области ESG. 356 крупных налогоплательщиков Казахстана. Вывод, который сделали мы все вместе, прежде всего, как раз-таки с участием Джессики, что, оказывается, институционально информация, которая касается ESG, она не просто не доходит, она просто непонятна. Общество как будто не готово воспринимать информацию и пользоваться ей. Это говорит о том, что она есть, предоставляется, как будто бы, не всеми, но тем не менее, насколько эффективна вся эта работа. Она опять еще раз говорит, что институциональный потенциал, institutional capacity, да, о чем мы говорим, очень слабый. Мы не говорим о очень важных вещах, но готовы ли мы на серьезные решения?
Thank you. And this starts to get at the next issue that we're concerned about, and that's human capacities and the skills gap. So what we're seeing is that this is translating into the problem of how do you communicate with people who think they're going to lose everything if they have to change jobs or change careers. Though interestingly enough, from the surveys, we find that people are very pro the energy transition, largely because of the environmental problems and health problems that they face every day. So people aren't against this, but they know that they lack the skills and they lack the opportunities. And the question that I have here is how does that workforce get created? What models could deliver a workforce for a clean energy economy? There's lots of economic opportunities here in Kazakhstan to grow this area, but what role could corporations or governments have in producing those skills and creating those opportunities?
Pick up that. After 11 years in Kazakhstan and 2 years in the Middle East, I have seen one very common theme that affects energy transition. The biggest problem, the biggest bottleneck is not the money, is not the technology. It is the lack of human capital, of a workforce at scale enough to support this transition. From Kazakhstan strategy 2030 and 2060, or Saudi Arabia's vision 2030, or the United Arab Emirates energy 2050, they all prescribe very specific goals for workforce development. Yet there are no governance mechanisms that will produce the large numbers of people that we will need to help support that transition. What I call the human capital challenge, the challenge of developing, deploying, and retaining people in the energy sector, right, is a very difficult problem to navigate. And I will give you one anecdotal example from the past. It was back in December of 2022, I believe, when we accompanied President Tokayev to Paris for certain talks, and the issue of nuclear energy in Kazakhstan was raised at that particular time. And Nazarbayev University was involved in some discussions with French companies and French universities to see how we can help that particular transition. Well, the results of those talks were sobering, because the thousands of engineers that had to be produced in a very short period of time was something that was far beyond the capabilities and capacities of Nazarbayev University, and if you want, even of the best Kazakh universities. I think the human capacity problem will be with us for the duration, because the entire world is looking for talent. And talent is movable. You pay and you get the talent. So the only recourse that you have, if you don't want to spend an amazing amount of money, is to develop in-house the workforce that you need. And I expect that the universities here have to take a primary role. I'm using Nazarbayev University as an example because I have served at this university for a long period of time, and I love this university, but it's not enough. We need to create a framework that will engage all the other Kazakh universities with specific goals, specific support, and specific government oversight, if you want, to make sure that we move in unison during this transition. What I implied before about the various ministries having programs to support the energy transition but not being coordinated applies to universities as well. But this will require a steady hand, if you want, a setting of targets and sufficient, I think, funding in one particular direction. Even then, it will not be easy, because imagine the usual output of our universities are a few hundred people every year, right? And the needs are in the thousands, if not in the tens of thousands. Unless we solve that problem, the energy transition will not be effective.
I will just add to this, because we study youth empowerment, school to work transition for a long time. I think economists simply say that it's about the matching demand and supply on the salary amount or earnings, yeah? But it's more complicated. So it's not about producing new knowledge and new young people with knowledge, but also question if they go to work to Zhanaozin, if they go to work in Ekibastus, I'm not sure. Like, we have here young people. Would you like to go and work at Mangistau region? Any of you to some, I don't know, remote village or town? I would not surprised if they say no. They better go to the global market and be employed abroad. So it's also about retention and creating a quality conditions for the business development and for the quality of life in these different districts. And there was a big government program which was called With Diploma to the Village. I would just call, let's study what was wrong with this program and learn from the mistakes we did. Because that was a big program. There were many young people, poor guys, sent to very far away. I know even one talented surgery who was he actually spent 3 years without apartment, in a very bad conditions, just because he was very motivated by his own dream. But of course he left, so it's a very temporary. I would say that it's maximum 3 years. From my, not very scientific, but just observations, it's a maximum 3 years. It's one thing. Another thing which is related to all Central Asian countries, it's unutilized human capital. How many people are retired so early? In Central Asia, we don't have a strong adult education. I will give an example. Our University of Central Asia, we have a school of professional continuing education in Tekeli. Tekeli is a very remote town. It was closed in the Soviet time. It's located near the Chinese border. And there was a mining, and it just stopped because there was no more ore. And it was, you know, coincidentally together with the Soviet Union collapse. So, but the town is growing. It's one of the prosperous towns. If you look at the demography, people want to live there. All the ethnic repatriants from China, they moved to Tekeli. Why? Because we teach them English, we teach them how to do business, how to do accounting. We actually align the demand and supply. We study what is demanded in this local area. There is a mining of very precious stones like marble. What kind of worker do you need? And we match with potential, job seekers, like young, not only young people, I would say any people, because this is about, underutilized capacities. There were very interesting, I think, good lessons learned can be from United States, because I know that they have a special program when the early retirees, like police workers, they can go and teach at school. I think this is a very good program, because first of all, these people who is retired, they are not only thinking about demand and supply crossing at the salary or wage amount, yeah? They are thinking about just satisfaction. And also they're very well experienced. If they worked in policy, they have a very rich experience. A lot of people in the public sector, public health sector in Kazakhstan, they also retire very early, 40 age. In some regions, which is recognized as the environmentally bad regions, like Kızılorda, woman retired when she is 45. But she can do a lot, she can do business, she can do whatever. But nobody provides her this adult education. So I think I agree with that universities should play a role, but it's not only for those who finish the schools. Universities should also build capacity along the life, any age, 40, 50, 30. It should be able to provide right knowledge, practical knowledge, anytime. But here I think I agree with Erik, they will battle with the cultural barriers. Like, for example, I asked a guy from Ekibastus who is working in mining sector. He was about to retire, and I asked, what are you going to do after you retire? He said, of course, I would like to create my own studio, but I'm so upset. I feel that all my relatives won't understand this. I feel that I will not have enough support. Everybody will say, you old man, just sit at home, watch TV. And I told him, like, what is missing here? You need only support? He said, yes, I would be happy to have support and financial institutions, and get a loan. But come on, who is going to give a loan to the retired guy from the mining town? Having zero, I asked it from Center Credit, like, do you credit the apartment in the Ekibastus? They said no, because it does not have any financial value. It's very old, and Ekibastus is elsewhere. Yeah? So that's a problem, is that mismatch is actually bearing a lot of social cost to people living in Kazakhstan. There are a lot of talented, brilliant young people, women who is sitting at home, because they don't have these opportunities. And if we at universities will create these opportunities, more opportunities for adult education, and make it also, with the government, I think, affordable, because people cannot pay for this. I asked him, like, how are you retiring? He's retiring with 2 million in his pocket. 2 million tenge, what you can do with this? I don't think you can do much, yeah? So that's exactly about also a government support. These young people, maybe they go to Zhanaozen, if government support with internship, maybe they support with apartment, maybe the support with a social security, I don't know, medical insurance. Maybe if this retired guy from mining sector want to become IT guy, maybe they will pay for his courses. I don't know, but this is exactly about creating the opportunity for people to be reskilled. And also, I think psychological and mental support. This is very important for the mining areas. In mining areas, they've lived for 50 years, as my colleague said, with the mindset of the miner. So if you want to become a doctor, he wants this in his, I don't know, inside his soul, but he's very worrying about what the people say, how it can be accepted, a lot of fears. And also, he struggled with this. But in the mining towns, we don't have a psychological support. Even, for example, in the mining sector, in all these towns, they should have a psychologist, yeah, to work with workers. But that psychologist who working with workers, they also said that we are not qualified to help these people with transition. We are good psychologists. We help them to deal with a lot of mental issues, but we don't have this training. We would be happy if somebody will come and train us how to help people to transit from mining to something else. So this is about also, psychological support. I think this is important. Transition means somebody pick you up from point A and drop to the B, and it's uncertainty. And that's why we cannot deal with this as researchers. They also need support from the mental health, I think, sector. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add?
I have a lot of things to add, but I'm afraid I'm taking too much. Yeah, I mean, that's a very, thank you, Madina, for raising this issue. It looks as if the panel is raising mainly problems, right, rather than solutions. Maybe we'll go to solutions sometime. But one of them is, I think, is this one is. But at the end of the day, whenever you talk to anyone, you have to be simple. You have to go to the grassroots. You have to really explain to every party in their language what is the basic benefit of them changing and why, and what are the opportunities, and then give them the opportunities. I mean, not give them the tools to grab those opportunities. Then when we talk about government, but I wanted to give you 2 examples which maybe will help you to see the fundamental issues, I guess, with the topics of sustainability. One, I forgot the second one, but anyways, one is whenever you talk about a conflict, like a war. I'll give you, like our colleague, an anecdotal question, if I may. Can you imagine an ideal world, an ideal war, in a world which is compliant with green principles? Можно ли себе представить войну, в которой все стороны соответствуют зеленым принципам или принципам ответственности? What fundamental basic question is, you have to go to a war. There is a conflict. Now, question: can you be green there? Can you use electric tanks, right, which would fire whatever? Can you kill people? Can you not affect biodiversity? The question is very simple, in the sense that whenever you go into a war, you forget about sustainability. And that's very unfortunate. And why is that happening? Because at the end of the day, people are very short-sighted. Conflicts and those extreme conditions are always showing us black and white what is there as your value. Are you ready to sacrifice your value to be green in order to achieve whatever powerful solution that you have? Are you ready to kill people and be sinful in order to achieve whatever you want to achieve? Apparently, yes. People go into conflicts and they forget about those, and that's the real case situations when we are facing today. When we talk about geopolitical issues, everyone forgets about CO2 emissions or climate change issues, and that's the case with the United Nations, which is lacking budget. Even within the United Nations, they are having programs for early retirement of people because of lack of budget. They are letting people get into their pensions. So that's a very interesting balance that you have to go into. But before that, when you talk about mental story, I think it's the story of values. Are you institutionally ready to be compliant and to be in principle following your values whenever and whatever you do? Do you have those values? When you smoke, do you take that into your rubbish, or you throw it away somewhere nearby? It's just a very simple thing. I guess smoking is not the best case, but that's the case whenever you go whatever outside, you see all those remaining wastes, which are unfortunately there, just showing how culturally we are not very advanced. It's everywhere. I was in Korea as well. Like, it's the same story. I mean, it's human nature, unfortunately, but it's about also values, whether you are adhering to your values and whether they are strong. This is about institutional capacity, I think.
Well, and to highlight one of the things you brought up, which is thinking about solutions, KGOC as a leader and as a large, institution in this field, how do they deal with reskilling, with dealing with skills gaps, and how do they incorporate ESG or climate skills into KGOC?
У нас тут в КИГОКе переподготовка кадров идет путем повышения квалификации. Сейчас с учетом развития новых технологий она много трансформировалась, и потребность в новых кадрах, тоже трансформировалась. То есть нам нужны не только энергетики, но и энергетики, которые совмещают IT, то есть энергетики в IT. У нас сейчас путем современной Smart Grid, интеллектуальной энергосистемы, с учетом цифровизации и внедрением искусственного интеллекта очень вот, потребность идет больше всего у энергетиков в сфере IT. Ну, в части экологической части у нас тоже идут такие же повышения квалификаций. У нас отдельный штат экологов очень маленький, поэтому они там проходят таким в узком кругу.
And Arai, could you also talk a little bit about this as, you know, again, you're working between business and trying to increase education, increase knowledge. What sort of skills or knowledge is needed and how can we supply that? What can we do?
Yeah, I think this, especially this conversation has been very dynamic, I would say, because there are really good points that have been brought to the conversation. I just want to real quick elaborate on this aspects of reskilling and upskilling that have been mentioned. I think it is critical in this day and age that the aspect of reskilling is something that's embedded, and Kigok can be a great example. And I have also worked myself in the energy company, and I do know that there are a lot of partnerships between the businesses and the academia to actually have the sort of practical programs and degrees that would qualify for the needs of the business and the realities. But also I think one more thing that I would like to touch upon and sort of bring into the conversation is that although there is a absolute gap between the supply and demand of the skilled labor and how much we need of the skilled labor, I think it is critical to mention that there is a young generation and especially women. I work in the space of women empowerment. I've been also part of the Women in Renewable Energy program under the OECD. So basically under this aspect, I would like to mention that representation of women in the energy is so low within the Central Asia. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 23%. And given that this potential is untouched and untapped, I think it's also critical to mention that women can also be a great addition to the sector. And as we speak and build on this topic of just energy transition, and this panel is called Sustainable Energy Transition, I think it's also critical to mention that, as especially Medina have been very well pointing out on these topics of mental health, on being sort of practical in terms of understanding the local realms, is that this just energy transition is definitely about people, and I think this has been pointed out very clearly, but also when we talk about just energy transition, for that to be just and sustainable, we have to make sure that we engage all the stakeholders. And when I say about women, I do mean that as well. And when we also say about the regional aspect and sort of engaging every other regions in Kazakhstan, auls or other villages, it is critical that people there are also provided with the knowledge. And speaking of this, especially this second part of our conversation on capacity, on human capital, on capabilities, is that it's critical that we do understand what capacity and what knowledge is missed. And I think the research, Jessica, you mentioned that you're doing, I believe, with Medina on perception is very timely, because it really gives the understanding of the local realms. And from the perspective of Chapter Zero Kazakhstan as a board-level think tank, for us, we do work on a little bit different level. So I think our work has to do a lot more with the businesses, with the decision makers, with people in power, who basically are the representatives of the boards, of the top management of execs. So basically for them, although you might think these people are in power and they know everything, but we observe, and it's a clear gap, that the climate competence is also lacking. So basically, if we talk to the board level and we talk to the top management, if we ask them about what it is, the climate change, and how does it affect, even for energy company, you will notice that a lot of them do not necessarily bring these points together and understand that one leads up to another, and this capacity has to be built. So sort of in conclusion of my take on this one is that the capacity on every level is needed, and especially when we talk about the board level capacity, especially when we talk about top management and decision makers capacity, it is critical that we provide the knowledge and that this upskilling and reskilling is taking place on all the levels. And it's especially decision makers, it's so critical for us. And basically our goal is to bring this capacity. We are about to create a couple of joint programs with Nazarbayev University, with Geneva Graduate Institute. We're partnering up with a couple of other institutions to bring in these decision makers as what they do, for example, MBA programs or other Master of Science programs, to bring them in to the classroom and actually tell them about what it is, the energy, what it is, the climate, and how their climate capacity can then influence their decision making. So it's crystal clear that if there is no knowledge for the decision maker in that space, most likely the decision is not going to be positively made to support the idea. So that's basically the gap we are trying to tackle and are working on. So I hope it's going to, in the very long run, it's a very long process, it's going to benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you. And there were some interesting points raised, particularly about the potential for use of AI and for targeting local populations. And speaking of this, and a good point that I just raised on inclusivity is how do we make Kazakhstan more inclusive? So there's so many different needs across the country. What can be done to respond to and bring more participation from these groups so that we can, get the right education, get the right technology, get the right understanding, because even the use of some of these tools, such as AI, might make the issue too large or too above what's actually happening at the local level. So how do we be more inclusive and create and support inclusive projects, and also get some more bottom-up versus all top-down involvement in energy policy making?
Give some solutions, not only talk about challenges. He's very practical, but he already started actually a practical tool, which is visioning. I think all the people of Kazakhstan should be part of visioning. At least that's something what we want to do in the mining towns, to give them opportunity to see the alternative future outside of the fossil fuels, something what they can do with something different, like this IT knowledge. They're actually located in a very nice areas, usually mountain areas, very beautiful landscape. Maybe they have, they can potential as tourism, or they can actually use agriculture to clean up all this brownfield. But this is a visionary exercise that I think Netherlands, they have the similar amount of population, and they made a big, visionary exercise about the artificial mountain. Maybe some of you heard about this. In Netherlands, there is no mountains, and they wanted to build a big artificial mountain, but they cannot do this. It's an inclusive country. So they did a visionary exercise, including every person. They also have something like ENN, We all have ENN. And it was like a referendum, Each one could participate in voting for this or against this. And that's why they actually did not do this bad decision of having artificial mountain, because people not only voted, but also they commented why they don't want to have it artificial, because of the some danger. The same I think we can do in Kazakhstan, but before going there, I want to reflect on something we said about women economic empowerment, because this is an area which I also study very much. But in the Soviet past, there was a standards that not allowed women to work in so-called dangerous fields, like mining sector. And we still have this mindset. Whereas the difference between working there or not is the safety, or changing the working conditions. So if the condition in the mining site are safe for all, even for a child, why women cannot work there? Especially if it's a digital mining, women actually can be a good operator, because women, most of the women working in industrial sites, they are usually operate sitting inside some, safe space. So this is related to ERG that we mentioned, that I think we have to change the policy of the country from the punishment, increasing taxes, to incentivizing. To incentivizing businesses to join ARG. ARG should be something fashionable, something kind of a star. Everybody wants to be ARG. Because government actually relieve the taxes. So for example, if I have a small company, mining, it's a digital, yeah. If I am becoming the part of the stars, yeah, I get a tax relief. I'm proud, people proud that they're working for my company. This should be incentive. I usually always say, like, even I ask my colleagues, like, why did you send me to Canada study public policy? Public policy, it's not state policy. It's all about incentives and motivation. We have to change behavior. Right now, what I see and observe, unfortunately, I'm observing the bad policy because we are killing our businesses. We are restricting them, we're increasing taxes, and I think Kigok is like, we have to really recognize they are surviving because they're in between of different policies. When first time I heard that renewables is going to be centralized, you cannot imagine the eyes of the person who was heading Kigok. He was like this. A blind child is going to be adopted by you. And they don't understand what it is. It's a variable energy. It cannot be consistent. It's not a coal plant. Coal plant can produce with the same capacity as you control it. But renewables you cannot control. So a crazy baby is dropped into Kigok. And you cannot imagine, they were so scared. And they said, oh my God, why we should take care of these renewables? Maybe they will be handled by someone else. But that was a bad policy because it was punishment. They didn't give a word to say to Kigok and ask, dear experts from Kigok, would you please suggest us how in your centralized grid we have to introduce renewables? And how we can, what kind of favor we can do so that you manage it. But that was not, the task was just top down. You must adopt this baby. And this kind of policy, which is not having any incentive, motivation, encouragement, it's everywhere. Even with this guy's diploma to the village. What was the incentive? To get a small apartment building somewhere in Zhanaozian? That was their dream? I don't think so. Maybe if there was an incentive that really motivates them, maybe they will stay there, maybe they will drive change, become a leader. We don't know. So I think in policy making, inclusivity starts from giving a hand. And this is, I don't know how we can change it. I hope that they will send them to do, I don't know, MBA. But for the public, we actually translate live streaming economic courses like behavioral economics, energy economics, public economics from the Sergey Foundation, free of charge, but it's in English. So if you want to be enrolled while we still have funding, please, follow me and you will get a chance. But this is very important. I think behavioral change is important for the transition and for inclusivity. If we will do the same things, I'm not sure if we can do this. And of course, visioning. I think we should start from visioning of the new Kazakhstan, free of carbon.
If I may build up on this, and I'm not sure if that will be according to the to the sequence we were having so far, but I do agree on the incentives and something, Madina, you're bringing right now as the way the companies operate. Although Kigok is not necessarily like 100%. I mean, technically it's a state-owned company, so it's an SOE. At the same time, the fact that you are giving this example of how the situation with the renewables was happening for the head of the company, it really represents how this whole decision making is made, and how the sector in most of the sectors in Kazakhstan actually look like. So basically, most of the sectors are state-owned, especially when we talk about the energy one, and the decisions are already pre-made. So when we say about the participatory or some engagement or collaboration or actually the dialogue, normally it's not in place. So decision making is normally happening in the closed door first. Second of all, it might be perceived as elite simply because it's, I mean, people are not necessarily participating on having a seat to have or engage necessarily. I'm not even bringing in the young generation here. I'm not even talking about how young people can be part of that. So basically, what we are having to build on what Medina was saying is that given that the decision making is made in the closed door, and normally it's pre-decided, it brings us all to the point where transparency is lacking and accountability is lacking. So basically, these two, I think, are the major gaps on how this whole sort of huge machine and the system works. And this all brings us to obviously lack of inclusivity. We don't have any participatory, and normally people don't just feel part of the decision. They just are sometimes the executors, sometimes the beneficiaries of that. And I think it's critical to bring this incentives for sure. Like I'm just sort of, maybe I'm repetitive in that sense, but even for the board level that we work at, for companies, especially with the state-owned companies, and majority of the companies in Kazakhstan are state-owned. They have to do something with the state. So when we talk about the board level, the decision-making, and we want to bring the transparency or corporate governance or climate governance principles, honestly, it's so complex because do these principles actually have to do something with the reality? Very much questionable. Because most of the cases, when decisions are pre-made, when the state already has this policy or idea or project in their head, and companies like Kigok, and I myself worked in Samruk Energy, are the executors of those decisions, it's very hard for them to have a say in that. So wanted to build up.
Yerlik, would you have anything to add?
Maybe yes, again, maybe lengthy again. But I would like to maybe introduce what I do currently. I'm heading the Central Asian Climate Foundation, an organization which is not yet well known widely. I've been there since February, and today I'm receiving some congratulation notes on doing that for several months already, which is a very interesting case, that saying that I need to be a bit more public. But there's a reason behind that. That is, we're trying to introduce a new organization to a system which is not national. This is not only Kazakhstan. This is Central Asian Climate Foundation. We're working with Central Asian governments, and I particularly highlight we're working on a decision-making level, on the regulatory part. And we're trying to partner with and working with the Central Asian authorities in order to look for streamlining the positions in terms of what should be the Central Asian green future, let me call it this way. So one of the major events that we're looking at is and that's more one of the public announcements that you might hear, is the Regional Ecological Summit for Central Asia, which will be held in April 22nd, 24th next year, here in Astana, close to Nazarbayev University, here at Expo. And the event will bring in about 1,500 participants from 5 Central Asian republics. Those are mostly government officials, but we will also have a number of international organizations, because this event is done in partnership with the United Nations and their agencies. And the reason I'm highlighting that point is that there is one thing which is lacking. It's back to your question about institutions. Stakeholders better, is the experts part. We are still yet to work with a wider audience in order to invite them to participate in this event. We do work with experts, we do work with some of the institutions, but we are yet to go and provide the agenda for contributions from wider audience. And I'm not doing that yet because I'm afraid that the audience here is not only Kazakhstan. You have to multiply it by 5 Central Asian republics, and you have to listen to everybody. So it's quite a challenging thing to do. But on the other hand, what's really important, and it's again coming back to the same questions we're still discussing here, is that when you talk about the environmental responsibility, it's actually the climate does not, or environment does not respect borders, political borders. I mean, Saiga migrates everywhere, right? In Central Asia, if there's fire, it doesn't care if you have a political border there. If there is an issue with water, you don't care, right? Whether water doesn't care. We care as those who consume. So these are the issues which have to be. On the other hand, when you look at the global map, Central Asia is actually one of the worst regions in the world which is suffering from climate change. And this is something that we have to bear in mind. And again, it's coming back to the companies, the corporate level, is whether you are accounting in your models for the factors which were not there like 5 or 10 years ago, when the temperature changes, when you have the natural disasters number growing on an annual basis, and that of course causes major negative issues for your budgets, right? That you plan. So then it's a bigger picture that you have to kind of make sure that it goes both ways, from bottom up and up to bottom, and then that's something that we're trying to do. Now, what is the answer, the solution, right? Okay, I mentioned values, I mentioned institutions, and of course it's about also the human capacity that we mentioned. But I think firstly, of course, it's understanding, the common understanding. What are the issues, so that we have no kind of much arguments. There will be arguments that the issues are affecting everyone. We have to understand that we need to face those challenges. And secondly, the solutions. What are the solutions? To me, the solutions are several layers. Firstly, try to be collaborative, unite. Thank you, Arai, for mentioning this very point. We have to talk. We have to, again, be public, communicate, explain. Secondly, seek solutions, and these solutions are normally are in the sphere either in efficiency, raising efficiency, energy efficiency, water efficiency. In many respects, whenever you talk about on all these issues, actually the biggest answer is increase water efficiency. Start calculating and start acting. Make sure that it's economic. The resource that you're using is economic, and then it's calculated in the formula, whatever that you do. I mean, water is not free. Air is not free, right? So nature, I mean, all these are the capitals that we have to account for. Secondly is innovation, right? So we need to bring in technologies which will help further develop, and this innovation should be green, right? So it's about, again, taking in account the externalities, I call them, the factors which conventionally had not been accounted for in the past. That's what. And then the third thing is finance. At the end of the day, we cannot invest into innovation. We cannot. I mean, generally, it's the bigger question, actually, fundamental, on whether research and development should be commercial, right? What was the role of the government funding? It should be huge in science. You have to invest in science. You have to really think and look for solutions, but this should not be connected to some kind of a KPI, whether this is commercialized or not. Your curiosity, scientific curiosity, should be broader. You have to talk about whatever, going to Mars, like Elon Musk wants. But anyway, the solutions go side by that. I mean, you can find those solutions. Then the question is, how can you make sure that the finance is coming to the right place? Then again, it's about institutional capacity in general, whether you can make sure that you find right solutions, right projects, and whether you have good regulatory conditions, and whether you can politically justify and ensure that the money is really spent on energy transition, for example. These are the things.
Thank you. And sticking with this issue of finance, and this goes to more of our two industry more related. So maybe start with KGOC in how do we finance and support inclusive transition policies? How do enterprises, institutions, how do they need money to do these things? They need financing. Where does this financing come from, and how can it bridge the gap for renewables? Especially for, companies need money, so they're going to focus on what makes money. So how does KGOC attempt to maybe be more inclusive or include transition policies, and where does that financing come from, or similar institutions?
Финансирование у нас проектов как бы ВИИ, который строительство электростанций идет, у нас идет со стороны правительства. КИГОК активно участвует в подключении станций ВИИ, новых станций ВИИ к энергосистеме. Ну, чтобы для понимания вкратце как бы расскажу, что сама энергосистема должна соблюдать баланс мощности. Это вот сколько энергии произведено, она в тот же момент должна быть столько же потреблено. И вот этот баланс мощности должен соблюдаться. К сожалению, станции ВИИ, генерация у них нестабильная, и в некоторый момент времени они могут потерять свою генерацию. То есть это могут быть или же ветер стихнет, или же возникнет какие-то облачные, то есть облака, и электростанции, солнечные электростанции могут вырабатывать меньше электроэнергии. В это время необходимо, чтобы маневренные станции подхватили именно вот этот недостаток генерации и вырабатывали. У нас в Казахстане, к сожалению, отсутствуют маневренные станции, то есть не совсем отсутствуют, их очень мало. Маневренные станции относятся это в основном гидроэлектростанции и газовые установки. Сейчас активно у нас на юге уже идет строительство этих парогазовых установок, но, к сожалению, их тоже недостаточно, и к этому можно внедрять новые технологии, как системы хранения электроэнергии. Системы хранения электроэнергии очень тоже помогают и являются маневренными генерацией, но эта технология очень дорога. Является очень дорогой, так как она больше всего является не как станция, она больше является потребителем, потому что у нее электроэнергия тратится на ее собственные нужды. Вот здесь, чтобы как бы страна более стала инклюзивной, необходимо, чтобы каждый потребитель тоже активно участвовал в регулировании вот этой мощности в энергосистеме. Необходимо как бы применять энергоэффективные оборудования или же энергоэффективные установки дома. Так же, как и взять опыт зарубежных стран, где каждый потребитель тоже участвует в таких регулированиях. Они устанавливают у себя на крышах солнечные панели и тоже вырабатывают в определенный момент электроэнергию. То есть они вносят свой вклад. Вот и у нас тоже есть такое пожелание, чтобы Казахстан в будущем тоже каждый потребитель активно участвовал в регулировании мощности энергосистемы, когда у нас вот маневренной мощности очень не хватает.
And Dr. Vasilis, could you talk a little bit about maybe how finance through financing universities or where other finance options can come from in terms of figuring out how to make this happen, or possibly the role of universities and academics in facilitating either training, capacity building, or institutional help with training and skills?
That's a very provocative question, because funding, of course, whether it comes from the government or it comes from industry, is always targeted. And we have to appreciate that there is a fundamental problem with the time scale. And I will be quite blunt. Politicians, ministers, governors, people that direct state-owned organizations and enterprises, they have a short time horizon. And we know in Kazakhstan, for instance, ministers will change, every so often. They have a very short period of time where they have to produce results. For the issues that we are talking about today, it is impossible to create tangible results that somebody can put on their political CV, right, and claim credit later on. They have to put in place initiatives that will provide results 5 years, 10 years later. The same thing for industry. Industry leaders care about the bottom line. They care about the profit of the next quarter. If they are in the stock market, they care about the value as perceived by the other market enterprises. So they also have the question, why should I do this if I don't reap the benefits in a very short period of time? Again, anecdotally, a few years ago, we went, when I was here at Nazarbayev University, we went to a mineral extraction company, and I will not say details. The mineral was very easy to extract. It was almost surface, right? You could get it, and they were doing that effectively, and then they were selling it abroad, right? And we said very clearly, this does not make sense. You can do some minor processing at least, and you will reap amazing benefits. And they said, okay, we are willing to listen. What do you recommend? And the recommendation, of course, that you have to do these investments, buy this equipment, etc. And it will have a turnaround time of 5 years. And the gentleman, because he was a gentleman, he turned to us, he said, I don't even know whether I will be leading this company in 5 years, right? Thank you, I will not do that. So, because we are simply identifying problems and we have to find solutions, this is where a strong government hand has to enter the picture. It has to come from the top. I'm not for necessarily state-controlled economies, but there are specific issues where the government has to take the lead role from the very top and say, this is the way this society will go, because societal transformation without direction from the top cannot happen. Universities, on the other hand, have a time scale that is very relaxed, right? The results that we will produce will be seen in a study over generations. And it's very difficult to match these divergent time scales. So we have to all work together if we're going to see results in energy transition or any other transformation that requires significant societal resources.
Now I'd like to open up questions to the audience. So if you have any questions for our panelists, please raise your hand.
Thank you, everyone. I have a question. Is there any lobby from companies of Kazakhstan against this sustainable energy future? If there is any, how significant is this problem compared to other problems? And what do we do about it?
Kazakhstan, but in every country there is a lobby against energy transition, and this is the lobby of the companies that depend on classical energy sources. It goes without saying, right? If you lead an oil company, if you lead a mining company, if you do coal, you have coal plants, it's not in your interest to destroy your business, right? And this is the place where, yes, societies, future, future generations, etc., but your work, your position, the people that work for this company, they all depend on that particular technology today. So there is always another voice. There is no country in the world where you don't have opposition to specific changes in the energy sector.
Can I comment on this? Yeah. Thank you very much. A very good question, actually. I'm smiling because this is one of the factors. I will try to answer this way. One of the reasons why I like ESG as a general direction of where I work is because of its digital. ESG is a tool which helps you by using numbers, by quantifying qualitative things, right? By using numbers, it helps you make decisions on whether there is a risk or whatever the risk there may be in terms of your further activity, and whether you're viable, sustainable, etc. So in that regard, when I did my PhD, I had a very interesting discussion. That was one of the things which helped me in many respects to understand the story of why it is so challenging to promote environmental responsibility in general and sustainable aspects. And the thing was the following. There were a number of cases, but the one I liked was discussion with one professor here in Kazakhstan, Mr. Professor Berentayev. Unfortunately, he passed away, but he was talking about the the so-called oil rent, when we're using the fossil fuels basically to funnel and manage our bigger budget. And the second was Moody's, when we had a discussion there in the corridor about the carbon market at the time. It was 2007, so it was still the time when everything was discussed still in theory. And I was talking to them and asked, so Moody's, you provide ratings for different investment ratings and other services, of course. Why don't you deal with carbon? And in the corridor, the expert who avoided to answer it in public, but he told me a very interesting thing. And he said that because of the human factor, unfortunately, carbon, as a case to answer you, right? Carbon market is so much dependent on decision in terms of pricing. It's not market driven, right? But particularly in Kazakhstan, there's someone at the end of the day. We have a joke saying that whenever there is a problem, there's always a surname behind, right? There's someone who decides on a price. And unfortunately, that makes the market not liberal, right? So coming back to your question, unfortunately, we like the way it all goes everywhere, as our professor mentioned. We announce big policy strategies, but when you go into tactics, when you start talking about smaller details, contracts, subsidies, whatever, you finally go into, can you call it a lobby? No, it's a simple business kind of negotiations part. But what the gap is that there is no basic formula on how those smaller discussion points affect the bigger strategy. As a result, as I mentioned earlier today, we have two parallel lines. One is talking about green strategy in Kazakhstan in particular, and the second one is actually multiplier. I mean, there is several multiplier coefficients on how the subsidies grew in terms to support whatever logistics for coal or support national companies because of them managing social issues, etc. So it's the real business, the real economy works a bit differently from the aspirations and something we talk about in public. And it's not to accuse the government that they're doing so or accuse whatever coal, any other companies. It's just simple. Are you persistent with your strategy? Are you persistent with what you announce? And do you follow those rules? And again, if I may, 2 minutes, coming back to your question, colleague, in terms of various stakeholders and the expectations, I normally use a very interesting graph in terms of the planning horizons, I call them, right? So if you plan something for 3 years, that will always be in conflict with someone who is planning for 10 years. And it's always a question. For example, I give an example of an old lady sitting on a bench somewhere, whatever, in the town, and discussing and criticizing the youngsters for them behaving not the way they expect them to behave. So it's always an issue because an old lady, babushka, would always be not happy because she's always caring for for grandsons and grandchildren, right? So she would always be critical, saying that you have to behave differently because she wants a bit something longer term. Whereas the youngsters that she or he, when it doesn't matter, she sees that the youngsters, they are much more short-sighted, who like to be entertained right today. So we forget about the long part. So it's always very institutional. That's the reason why I'm saying that we need to be talking, we need to be explaining the reasons behind whatever decisions we make, and especially on the institutional level.
dear panelists, Professor Nifi, thank you so much for this discussion. I wanted to go back to the topic of regional development, especially of the mining towns. And I really liked the quote, I think that was Medina who said that is it an energy transition for Astana and Almaty, or is it the regional transition for the whole Kazakhstan? And I am coming from the, I think like main city of mining from Karaganda. Majority of my family still lives there and in Temirtau, and it's been for decades that the even majority of my classmates are from families of miners, and this is the way that people live there. And really for our city and everyone who I knew there, the talk about energy transition, which has been discourse for a while now, right? Since like Expo, and I've been in 7th grade when we were asked to write essays on what energy transition would mean to Kazakhstan, why Expo is a brilliant idea, while everyone is still working on mining sites. And I wanted to ask you a question on how you envision this actual transition, and you've touched upon psychological support to switch from one sector to another, but also maybe there is a need for societal change or anything. Like, how do you see this transition? Is it really happening in the future decades, or how long might it take? Anything like that?
The problem when energy transition advocates come to the regions have is that they speak from the top, right? And they try to persuade that energy transition is good, zero carbon is good, this is the future, and you have to understand it and accept it just because we say it. And that's fine, because the fundamental idea is something that we cannot dispute. We are all for climate, we are all for clean environment, clean water, there is no question about it. But at the same time, as you say, the livelihood of the people that you're addressing that particular point does depend on traditional energy sources, which are dirty, brown, whatever you want to call them. The only way that this dialogue can proceed is if you provide some comfort. And you say, this is the target, this is what we're trying to do, this is how it will impact you, and these are the measures that we will take so that you will not be affected tremendously, or you will not be affected negatively. We have to approach it from a much more caring point of view. And sometimes we are over-enthusiastic about climate, over-enthusiastic about the energy transition, and I have been in situations where the advocates became angry just because the people that were listening to them were not accepting or not understanding what they were saying, right? This goes beyond the human capacity and the ability to perceive some of these scientific principles that are behind the energy transition. But in reality, when you talk to miners, you have to tell them, how will your life be affected? We will give you a 10-year period, a 15-year period. There will be incentives by the government so that your kids will have to transition to other positions. Early retirement. There has to be a package so that a community will accept the change if they understand and perceive what is in it for them specifically. We talk about broad themes, and we are very excited, and these are global themes, but they're always specific when you go to the regional level, when you go to the specific level, you only go to your city, right? And we have to appreciate that. And a lot of the time, and academics are also guilty of that, we talk above the people's heads, right?
Something that is related to future of the mining town, I think it's something we want to do, but of course we cannot do it without funding, so we failed to receive the European funding on human rights, so we are still hunting. But European Union actually allocated a huge amount of funding on something they call just transition planning. And this methodology is not closed, it's open, you can study it, and actually we want to test it in Kazakhstani towns. And it includes looking at this everything from a different perspective. And I think the problem we still bear from the Soviet past, we still think is sectorial. So mining actually is quite interesting, and it can be an industrial heritage. For example, I visited in Germany a lot of coal mining sites. There is still coal. They stopped mining it just before it's actually exhausted. There was a strategy to stop using coal. They turned into the touristic sites, so you still can mine there, but what they are waiting for. And there was one clever question from a 2 years or 3 years child, very small one, and they said, "Why you are not mining now?" They said, "Because we want to mine it with a better efficiency." I want to return to what Erlich said. So you can mine a coal and burn it, and you have a lot of waste and small amount of energy. But if your technology is improving, you can boil a small piece of coal. For example, Japanese, they do something from the coal dust. And you can have a lot of energy. But we didn't reach this understanding, yeah? That's why they decided, coal, it's a diamond, yeah? It depends on the pressure. If coal survives for a long term, it can be a diamond, yeah? So they decided, let's wait until we will find a way to use the coal efficiently. And here, the same situation is, depends on how we look at it. If we always look at mining as something dirty, then where is our digitalization? The whole country is trying to digitalize. The president said we will use AI. Why don't you make a digital mine? And digital mine, it's a smart mine. It's before we go and dig coal, we actually identify the coal and we take only that part which is valuable for energy. We don't burn and we don't create a lot of ore and dust. This is a problem of mining. The current problem of mining is that we dig a big hole and take out of there everything, and from this everything is only 60, sometimes 20%. In case of oil, it's 10% valuable. The rest is the waste. We put it in a pile. So we take out radiation, waste, everything under the ground, and we create a lot of trouble because we're not doing it smart. So it's about like just to changing approach to this mining. It's not about just closing the culture of mining. I think it will never stop. If you know, US now trying to mine Mars. So mining culture, it will be always, it was always with us since we started to evolve as human beings. But it's about not having dirty, unsafe, killing mine, but having something different. So whenever we talk about zero transition, it's just the word zero. It will never be zero. I'm now already polluting air because I'm breathing and something. So there is no way to have a zero transition. It's just a concept. So what we try to do, we try to make it mining different and include people like women. If it's so dirty and unsafe, no woman go there. If we will make it digitalized, smart, I think all girls can go there and work there. And especially if it's well paid. But it's another part of the story. And of course, the mining companies, themselves, they're also interested in efficiency. And they're also developing strategies which is called reaching carbon neutrality. But most of the strategies, they include the digitalization and efficiency. Because they understand that resource is scarce, so it will end sometime in the future, 20, 30 years. Let's use it as much as we can. And coal itself, it has a lot of value. It can be used in so many different ways, even in pharmaceutics. So let me give a story about Ikebastus and Japanese. There are two Japanese guys on the Bagatelle, and they're looking and saying, "Oh my gosh, why these people, waste all this coal? This all coal can save people because actually, this. If you have some problem with your stomach, what you drink? Активированный уголь. Активированный уголь don't have any replacement from the chemical point of view. And this is also, so we do need coal, but we just need to change approach and behavior, how we're going to use it. And this is important because if we don't do this, if we say, okay, let's close this Zhanaozian, let's close this town, we will build brand new G4 city. Let's move all these people there. This will be a disaster. This will be dangerous because people don't want to leave these places. They have attachment. They have their predecessors, I don't know, did something. There's history, the archaeological site. There are a lot of things. So we have to study it, and we have to help local people to envision new future and give them opportunity to build this new future. And again, without some incentives from the government, like startups for businesses. For example, the Damu, we worked with Damu for when they were working in the regions. Obstacle number one is that they said some people have entrepreneurial skills, some people don't have. So you see, from the beginning, they kill all the idea of business. It's not like people have some skills or not. It's about us to develop these skills. All people from the birth, they have all the skills. We just need to create opportunity to say, okay, what you can do with this coal. Okay, now you have a Kibastus, you have coal mining, but do you want to develop industrial tourism? Can you be able to show the sites to some tourists from abroad who never saw the industrial sites? Of course, we have to increase safety, make it better, but this is opportunity. It's a different economic activity. And this is what we have to create. It's not about just closing something and creating something new. It's a transition. So some small things can happen right now. Right now, we already can support some people living in these mining regions to join other sectors of economy. If economy diversify, then there is less danger of this dependency on only bagatelle and mining of coal. So transition is not about killing something and creating something new. It's about creating a good, like just pass. But about justice, I think it's another story. It's a difficult. So let's see. And about the first question, actually about sustainability. Unfortunately, we are human beings can tackle a problem only when we see it. So only in 1989, when there was a great smoke in London and people just couldn't breathe. It was so dirty that they were dying on the street. Only after this, they could understand, okay, we have to do something with air. So unfortunately, we can learn only from our own mistakes and only when we tackle it. That's why if we want companies to change, we have to incentivize them, show them other opportunities. For example, you can do this or that and this will increase your profit. Of course, they won't be against this. I mean, any business is for profit. If this profit can be done in a sustainable way, why not? But who is going to show these opportunities? Who is going to create these incentives? That's a question.
Thank you for your questions. I'd like to ask the panelists if they have any last comments that they would like to make. All right, well, thank you everyone for joining us today, and a great thank you to all of our panelists for your comments and your insight into Kazakhstan's energy transition, possible solutions, and where we're going moving forward. You're like, do you have...
У меня сегодня бенефис. If I may, I'll do that in Russian. Я хочу, знаете, сказать одну интересную вещь. Коллеги, вот много студентов здесь находится. На самом деле, все, что касается темы устойчивого развития и зеленой экономики, это не черно-белая вещь. Я расскажу то есть, когда мы говорим про переход, про такие темы, как эффективность, расскажу два момента. Первый, это связано с тем, что такое возобновляемая энергетика или зеленая экономика, где есть очень интересный термин, который называется альтернативная энергетика. Наверное, слышали, да? Это атомная энергетика. Я помню эту дискуссию, которая касалась в отношении того, что является ли атомная энергетика зеленой. Экологи, ученые всегда спорят на эту тему. Практики говорят, с точки зрения краткосрочного воздействия, она более эффективна, нету выбросов СО2, потребляется вода там больше, но как будто она лучше, более эффективная. Второй кейс я расскажу, это из зеленых финансов. Я так в душе посмеялся, когда впервые услышал термин, такая загадка, да, SLB. Слышали, что такое SLB? Кто-то может подсказать? На английском звучит Sustainability Linked Bond. А на русском это будет... как будет на русском бонд? Обязательства, да, те... Банды. Связаны с устойчивым развитием. Очень любопытный такой термин, он на самом деле очень сильно растет, но смысл примерно в следующем. Оказывается, поскольку все, что связано с устойчивым развитием, оно как будто больше про возобновляемую энергетику, то такие проекты, как переход с угля на газ, то они не подпадают под эту терминологию, дефиницию. И тогда придумали новый инструмент, который вдруг обращается к теме устойчивого развития через какую-то связанность. Там есть какая-то эффективность. Газ все еще ископаемое топливо, но тем не менее его экологический негативный эффект меньше. И поэтому, когда переходит Алматинская ТЭЦ с угля на газ, она выпускает банды, связанные с устойчивым развитием. Но это не устойчивое развитие. Но я к тому, что на самом деле, кстати, возвращаясь к вашему вопросу, это не черно-белое, что те предприятия, города, которые зависят от ископаемого топлива, в основном производства, уголь, потребление, что их нужно закрывать. На самом деле это та же самая определенная игра в терминологии. Является ли чистый уголь темой зеленой экономики, или же то, что сейчас происходит, нужно все закрывать полностью, уголь, Грета Тунберг, молодец, да, закрывать и теперь переходить полностью на новые города, про которые говорили коллеги. И вот здесь на самом деле рынок, оказывается, и все нас приводит к тому, что мы боимся черно-белых решений, вот это изменение, а на самом деле жизнь говорит, ценности меняются, поколение Z заставляет всех нас думать и быть более ответственными, и на самом деле со временем вот этот вот конфликт в Непале, что происходит, да, социальные сети, молодежь может добиться многого, иногда через конфликты. А почему конфликты? Потому что не хватает коммуникации. Я вернусь к своему месседжу, что нужно говорить больше, рассказывать друг другу, объяснять, стараться держаться больших целей. И я хочу поблагодарить всех коллег, что получилась классная такая дискуссия. Спасибо.
Thank you again to everyone. No last minute comments? All right, thank you to all, and thank you to our panelists, and thank you all to our audience for participating and being part of our panel today. Thank you.
Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very, very much for joining us in this panel. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this roundtable on the role of foreign universities in shaping Kazakhstan research ecosystem. Thank you very much. As you know, the presence of foreign universities in Kazakhstan has expanded rapidly over the past decade. The Ministry of Science and Higher Education has established a partnership with 39 foreign universities so far, if my numbers are correct. And as of mid-2025, there have been 23 foreign university branches operating in Kazakhstan to this day. These universities, of course, they offer new opportunities for students, faculty, staff, industry. They also hopefully will contribute to international collaboration between Kazakhstan and these countries, and they will also provide some contributions to the national strategic goals of the nation. But at the same time, there are some questions that remain about how these institutions can best integrate into the local ecosystem and academic landscape and contribute to national research priorities. We are very lucky today to address these issues. We have 4 distinguished panelists. Each of them, to some extent, they represent different models of this foreign engagement. We have some of the panelists, and I will introduce them very briefly, that represent a model of internationalization at home. Some other represents branch campuses here in Kazakhstan from foreign universities. Some others are partnership universities, and also we have representatives of international research collaboration here. So I will just briefly introduce each of them. First, I would like to start introducing Dr. Aida Sagentaeva. She is Associate Provost and Dean of the Graduate School of Education of the Nazarbayev University here in Kazakhstan. As a leader of a university that represents internationalization at home, she brings a unique perspective on how such institutions can build research capacity while contributing to national priorities. Next, we have a very nice new group. I'm actually going to introduce you as you are sitting. So next, we have Dr. Laura Karabasova. She is the president of Zubanov Aktover Regional University. And in this panel, she will be representing what we would call the partnership model, where a local institution collaborates with an international university. In this case, is Heriot Watt University in Scotland. And she will be able to provide some valuable insights into how these joint efforts can strengthen research on higher education here in Kazakhstan. So welcome, Laura. Joining us as well is Dr. Miraz Daulenov. He is the rector of Coventry University, Kazakhstan. His institution operates as a branch campus from a university in the UK, and I'm sure he will be able to offer some insights and answer some interesting issues about how integration, collaboration, and alignment with Kazakhstan research ecosystem can happen in such a model. And please, let's welcome Dr. Miraz. Thank you. And then finally, we are also delighted to count with the presence of Professor Diane Bella-Brodick. She is the Jerry Higgins Chair and Director of Center of Wellbeing Science at the University of Melbourne. She will bring perspectives of long-standing international partnerships and research collaborations all around the world, including, in our case, her work as a co-PI of a research project we are running in collaboration here at the Graduate School of Education in Kazakhstan. So welcome, Diane. And now, the panel, the way we organize, we have drafted a few questions that have been shared with the panelists prior to this session. And we're going to go just to organize and structure the discussion a little bit, one question after another. I'm hoping that we can discuss each questions at around 15 minutes each. Of course, we can be flexible with time, but I will be also mindful to ensure that there is some time for the audience to ask any questions that they might have to the panelists and get additional insights about this presentation. Before I move to the first question, I'd like to make a couple of announcements. The first one is that I hope it's working. There is a live translation. You can see that on the slides in case you need it. And the second announcement is that this panel is being broadcasted in the NU YouTube channel. So other people might be watching this session online. So that's it. I think we are going to move to the first question with the permission of our panelists. You will see the questions on the slide, so they will remain there while we discuss this question. The first question is, what contributions can foreign universities make to advancing research in Kazakhstan? It's a very broad question. But we are also interested in particular, what potential do foreign universities, and as I mentioned, you're somehow representing different models, so how each of these models, from your perspective, can contribute to strengthen the national research ecosystem. For this particular question, I would I would appreciate if each of the panelists can provide an answer to this question. I think it can apply to all of you. And then for the other questions, we can make it more open, and whoever has something to contribute to, then we can listen to. So for this first question, I will ask, following the same order they were introduced, Dr. Sagintaeva. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Daniel. I'm very happy to see all of you in this hall. The session today is going to be very exciting, I think, because we have different types of internationalization at home, and as just you are coming here, many of you are our alumni and faculty. I see some guests from other universities, and I think that there are people who are sitting now on the other side of the screen. They also represent different institutions in Kazakhstan. So Nazarbayev University was established 15 years ago with a very ambitious goal to build a world-class research university in Kazakhstan. But it has a very dual goal, not only to deliver highly profiled and very reputable research, but also to work and to be the driver of the research standards and the research capacity here in the country. We started, each school of Nazarbayev University had its own strategic partner, just the Graduate School of Education. We had two big partners at the University of Cambridge and the University of Pennsylvania, and some other schools had their own. At the GSPP, for example, they work with the National University of Singapore. We have GSB working with the Duke, the Fuqua School of Business. Just Vasilis, your schools work with the Carnegie Mellon from the very beginning. Yes, and we started with a very different thing. And from the very beginning, it was very clear that we are not going to be a branch of Cambridge or a branch of UPenn. So the idea and the goal was to build a national brand, very reputable, with the support of strategic partners. So we had just these universities that I mentioned, and we also had Pittsburgh School of Medicine, and then the Colorado School of Mines. So I think, yeah, I mentioned almost everyone. University College of London here, so just we tried to bring very strong strategic partners. So they contributed, just what I see, the first is the human capital. So we had this embedding international expertise. And it's not a secret that coming 15 years ago with the university from a country that was not very famous and very popular and very well known in the world, with the universities that started from scratch, it was very difficult to attract just scholars and faculty, and so just the strategic partners played a very great role. Our second is the standards and practices through global norms of teaching, peer review, and ethics. So just they help us to build the policies that we are still using, and but definitely we achieved change, and a lot of amendments and corrections were, but the foundations were built with our strategic partners. And then the networks and visibility, so linking Kazakhstan to global academia. And I still do remember when our partners from Cambridge were introducing me at very big international conferences and saying just it's our strategic partner from Kazakhstan and NU. And with Cambridge and with UPenn, we were introducing just a very small school, the Graduate School of Education. And now we see the results, and Daniel may correct me. So just 76% of new publications are in Q1 journals now. More than half of them are just authored by national scholars and faculty. And just many projects are led also by national researchers. So just visiting faculty, I know that many our schools, they had the visiting faculty, and they also were sending their professors to conduct research at the strategic partner university. I also should say that working joint PhD supervision, it also was very important for all of us. So just we had experience of making just a very strong mirror doctoral programs with Penn and Cambridge. And then, so it was the creation of the national research ecosystem. So when we made a contribution, not through our programs, but also being a part of these participants of big conferences, just presenting our findings and working with the ministries, with the agencies, saying what should be the research. So again, I would say that the human capital, standards and practices, and the networks and visibility.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sagintayeva. Now, let's give the floor to Professor Karamazova.
Hello, everyone, dear colleagues. So many faces. I know I'm so happy, dear fellow panelists. Always feels warm to be back here at NUJC. Thanks for inviting. The model of partnership, which we are implementing in western part of Kazakhstan, in Aktobe, takes a very unique format. Yeah, we have like independent institutions like Coventry or Cardiff, some other like joint degree programs, double degree programs, but the model we are implementing in Aktobe is called a campus within a campus. This is the term that Hiriot Watt coined. Indeed, Hiriot Watt come to an existing comprehensive state university, and not in Almaty and Astana, in Aktobe, and we are trying to establish standards of Hiriot Watt there in Aktobe. And if I go straight forward to the question of what are the contributions, I believe in a long-term sustainable contribution. I think the first step is necessarily, I think, academic framework that Hiriot Watt is establishing in Aktobe. I don't believe in the research capacity without strong foundation in academic part. So first of all, what Hiriot Watt is doing in Aktobe is establishing Hiriot Watt standards, including academic integrity standards that they are fostering, even starting with undergraduate degrees. And of course, we are joining our efforts. I think it's maybe easier when it comes to an existing institution. We already have some research infrastructure. We have research people. We have researchers, and Hiriot Watt, of course, is bringing their own research capacity there. But what we need to understand is, while an international university is coming to Kazakhstan, of course, at the first stage, their focus is academic part. I don't believe that they will be fostering research, agenda at once. So they will be making sure that this is worthwhile partnership, that academic standards can be maintained and that they can go further and have some long-term partnership there in Aktobe. And first of all, what we are trying to do in Aktobe is to make sure that they can be working with us. We share the same values, like academic integrity, collaboration, then it will go further. Once again, I would like to mention today that the partnership, the model what we are implementing in Aktobe is, of course, I think is being, if I can say, successful so far, thanks to the alumni of NUJC. I want to mention that, and the Volashak scholars and the NUJC alumni are the most wanted. They are in Aktobe, and I see Myra is now a PhD student. She did very big work, and she worked very hard while inviting Hiriot at the very initial stage. So once again, the contribution of course, I can be listing some partnerships. We have already 5 existing joint research projects there in Aktobe together with Hiriot. And of course, apart from Hiriot research agenda, we have 20 internationally hired professors living in Aktobe. They didn't necessarily work with Hiriot. They are not working in Hiriot, but they are also bringing their own research expertise there. So now we are really kind of creating a melting pot, there in Aktobe. But we are still at the initial stage. Our first focus is academic. Then the next stage, of course, is research.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karavasova. Now let's give the floor to Professor Miras Daulenov.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for Jumabay Bakena for inviting me for taking part in this conference. Thank you very much for all panelists and for you, and for inviting me, and of course for asking me for this an answer to these hard questions. To be honest, for us, it's very important, of course, to be integrated in a local academic community and research community as well. So I do represent Coventry University, Kazakhstan, as one of the first branch campus here in Kazakhstan, especially in Astana. But Coventry, Kazakhstan is not the first, actually, the branch campus. So we had, in 2021, so it was Demonfort Almaty was established in Almaty. But here I represent a purely British institution. So I would like to say more about our model and how we can contribute to the research ecosystem in Kazakhstan. First of all, I fully agree with Laura. So the branch campuses here and the partnerships, they mostly focused on excellence of teaching. So because one of the major problems for Kazakhstan is a brain drain. And a lot of students, they go abroad, not just because of they would like to do research. Yes, indeed, some of them, they can do research and they would like to do that, but mostly because of the quality of teaching and learning. So that's why teaching excellence and learning, quality of learning is one of the major focus. I think all partnerships, including our campus. But it doesn't mean that we will not do research anymore, because all institutions here that involve Heriot-Watt and the Coventry and others, they're ranked somehow in the international rankings and the local rankings, Guardian ranking, for instance, in the UK. And as of British institutions in the UK, so we have 2 actually frameworks that are really important: the Teaching Excellence Framework and second, Research Excellence Framework. And we need to meet standards of the Research Excellence Framework. Even if, for instance, for Coventry University UK, of course, as you might know, that this is not Russell Group University. So, but yes, and of course, we are not focusing so much. Our main campus on pure basic research. We are focusing mostly on kind of applied industrial-related research, and in this field, of course, Coventry, Kazakhstan can contribute through kind of, if you like, infinitive link with the UK and our main campus in the UK, and not just in UK, and campuses overseas. Coventry University UK has a number of partnerships around the world, and interesting part of this kind of partnership, they have not just branch campuses, but also some kind of double degree programs and joint research projects with different institutions. One of them, this is establishing kind of, the kind of AI labs, for instance, with different, like in Pakistan, India, etc., in collaboration with a local university there, because the problem of many countries, it's the transfer of technology, because on the one hand, of course, here by providing the faculty from the UK here to Kazakhstan, to making sure that they stay here for the long time and they deliver like knowledge to our students. It's very important, of course, for any partnerships like Coventry, Kazakhstan. But on the other hand, we would like to, of course, make sure that we can somehow transfer of technologies, that Coventry University especially develop. As an example, I can give you 2 examples. One of the example, I think it can be really close to Aida Sagintayev's, your school, because in Coventry University, UK, they established kind of NITE. This is a National Institute of Teaching Excellence. And this National Institute of Teaching Excellence dealt with the government of UK on very important topic that also relates to Kazakhstan somehow. So it was like the quality of teaching in schools. And many years ago, it was the problem of quality of teaching in the public schools in the UK. And one of the problem was that actually wasn't related to faculty only, but also to infrastructure and many other aspects. But NITE was established after the research that conducted by faculty and by government, especially. It was like field research, and they realized that a lot of people in UK, they left the actually schools after by different reasons, and they tried to bring them back to the schools, of course, with remodeling the whole system of the teaching in schools, because they believe that school teachers, they are not only people who transfer knowledge, but of course the people who motivate students to do something beyond the curriculum. So that's why they trained a lot of people with NITE, and they did a lot of field research on it, how to make sure that all these people, they can stay for a long time in the profession. Another point that I would like to also mention, that this is of course the problem with the pollution, with a kind of a carbon wave, the technologies, and Coventry University bring a lot of different technology there. And one of the points they mentioned, for instance, 80% of the technologies, for instance, we have a lot of Chinese cars in Astana, in Kazakhstan, and as an example, like 80% of the technology that Geely, for instance, is the Chinese, the factory they use, a product they use, that they coming from the Coventry. And when Chinese company, they buy all these technologies, they pay huge royalty to the UK government. And I say, why you have to buy it in the UK only? So you can buy it here in Kazakhstan and you can pay less, because royalty in Kazakhstan, thanks to our government, it's not so big like in the UK. And this is all this kind of collaboration that we can establish with industry and local universities and our main campus in Coventry. This is the opportunity that I see personally that we can do, through the Coventry, Kazakhstan. It doesn't mean that in Coventry, Kazakhstan itself, we can be like a research-intensive campus itself, but we can be a kind of focal point to Coventry, UK, and to the whole UK's community that actually focus on particular topics. It doesn't mean that we need to collaborate with every university, with every professor in the UK. It means that if you need someone who has similar research interests, for instance, or they do, I don't know, if that they do have like a different interesting and very expensive labs, so we can contribute to that through making like bridges between Kazakhstan and UK. Here we have this role, as one of the main in Kazakhstan, and our strategy for the Coventry, Kazakhstan was adopted by the Board of Governance, where we have people from Coventry, UK, and in this model, it's very important as well, just to underline it, that to ensure that our branch campus should not, work as a fully independent, separate institution from the whole system. It should be integrated in a local, ecosystem through expertise, bringing international standards, as Laura mentioned, and of course making sure that we will try to open kind of doors to many other research communities around the world. This is our ambition, and I think we can do that. So thank you very much for answering me this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Miras, very interesting insights. And then to close this question, we leave the chance to Professor Diane Belabrodic.
Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be in your beautiful country, and thank you for your very warm welcome. I'm here today as part of a research collaboration, so it's an international collaboration. I'm from the University of Melbourne, and I'm very fortunate to be collaborating with an excellent research team here in Nazarbayev University. It is a car seat funded project that we've been involved in here, and I'd like to address the question, which is about what are the strengths of the collaboration and how does it strengthen the research capacity here at the university in Nazarbayev. But I do want to say that it is mutually beneficial. So while I'm going to be talking about what I think the University of Melbourne collaboration brings to this beautiful university, I think that I've been able to have many benefits as well. So I just want to acknowledge that first and foremost. But I think certainly one of the most obvious benefits is the knowledge transfer that happens when you're collaborating. The knowledge transfer in this particular project that I refer to, for example, is through different methodologies, understanding that we might have different ways that can strengthen and complement research practices. And so in this instance, there was a lot of experience with qualitative work with young children. So the car seat project involved understanding the well-being of young children in early childhood centres here in Kazakhstan. And at the University of Melbourne, my team and another team have got expertise in being able to bring that methodology. So that was an example of knowledge transfer. The other instance is with systematic reviews. We wanted to do a systematic review, and we teach systematic reviews quite extensively at our university. We had developed resources that we share with our students, and we ourselves have conducted many systematic reviews. And so we were able to share that knowledge with the team. And I think also there was an ability to be able to share and talk about how to interpret the data and see whether there are differences across countries. And there is the potential in the future to be looking at a joint paper. I know that the keynote speaker earlier this morning, Sebastian, was talking about how sometimes it can be difficult to publish data that's specifically on data from one particular country, and in this instance Kazakhstan. And when you combine data or insights from different countries, it strengthens the opportunity for you to be able to publish. And so I think that's another strength that comes into it. Obviously, there's things like exposure to new opportunities and benefits that come along with that. So I know that, for example, one of our team is involved in the editorial of a journal, and there was an opportunity to submit a paper to a special issue of that journal. I was involved in being the chair of a very large international conference, and so I invited Daniel to be a keynote speaker at that conference. And so these opportunities arise when there's that proximity and that personal relationship and that understanding of the work that's going on in this country. It's important to be able to showcase that. And I think we've been able to leverage those opportunities through this partnership, which is terrific to see. And it might even be little things like knowledge about different journals, what would be appropriate in terms of a paper to submit to different journals. And our university might have like article processing charges waived because we've got a partnership, and so it might reduce the cost to this university, and it could be the other way around too in some instances, but I'm just trying to give you some tangible examples of the relationship and how it works. And of course there's the cultural exchange. Daniel and his team have visited the University of Melbourne twice over this 3-year project, and I'm here this week as a result of visiting Nazarbayev University. And that cultural exchange is really important. We've had an opportunity to go and speak to some ministry groups, and it gives more context for me understanding the relationship and being able to help interpret the findings and the application with the team. So that's fantastic. And then, of course, there's the prestige that's associated with the partnering university. So the University of Melbourne is the #1 university in Australia, and it is ranked highly within the top 40 universities in the world. And so that brings along with it prestige, which I hope your university can leverage in that regard. And yeah, overall, I think that prestige comes with greater exposure. If the academics that you're working with are highly cited, publishing prolifically, that can be leveraged with the whole team when they are co-authors, for example. So there are so many benefits. The list could go on, but I really thank Nazarbayev University for putting together these car seat opportunity that requires a partner group that's international. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. It's great. I mean, I think this is a very good start of the panel. I think the answers were very insightful, and we could see different perspectives on what are the contributions that each of these models they can make to the national research ecosystem. We have to acknowledge that all of these models are very new. I think we always say about Nazarbayev University as being a very young university, only 15 years old, but we have examples here that are even younger in terms of partnership, like 3 years, I think I understood Zubanov collaborating with Heriot-Watt, and similar number of years, probably even fewer, with Coventry University, Kazakhstan. So it's good we are having these discussions this early on, and hopefully in a couple of years we can come back and have additional discussions with the insights that we have learned through these few years. Thank you very much again. We are going to move to question number 2. I think I'm thinking about my teaching, but question number 2. It can be a research question. I think we have some people in the audience that are precisely interested in this topic as a research question, so you might look at this as potential research question for your projects. We're going to move into challenges. What challenges are associated to these new models of universities? And the question specifically is, what are the biggest challenges foreign universities face when trying to integrate into Kazakhstan research ecosystem and align with national priorities? For this question, will be an open question, so no specific order required. Not everybody need to answer. So any person that wants to contribute.
May I add to Diane? So just Diane mentioned CARSIT. CARSIT is the virtual research institute of GRC, funded by endowment fund. So just it's the special initiative of a graduate school of education to support the collaborative research projects and also to support our alumni, the research of our alumni on their sites. So we want them not to finish after the graduation of doctoral programs, to continue them, and the very first steps to get this support from the school. But everything is on the competitive base, and many of our alumni are just recipients of this. And one of the big projects is big collaborative research projects. So if I can say about the challenges, so one of the challenges that I have to mention is the embedding global standards of research ethics into the national system. So when we started 15 years ago, and we started with the research ethics and introducing high standards, as I said, that the first thing that the first lessons that we learned from Penn and Cambridge about the research integrity and research ethics. And I do remember that conferences when we were discussing about academic integrity, and many of our rectors and vice rectors were saying about only academic integrity. Miras and we were advocating that research integrity is also very important for every university, especially for those who are opening graduate studies. And Miras made a very nice presentation that Kazakhstan still is referring to the Soviet standards of making the list of reference. And then we came and said, we had a lot of meetings at the ministry explaining that the IREC research ethics, research boards, it's very important for validation, for verification, and for publishing in journals. So when we discussed with Cambridge and UPenn, so it was the big challenge to come also and to find the national partners, because even the data processing and data storage was a big challenge for us. And in the beginning, we couldn't keep our data at NU because our partners didn't trust that they will be just safe and they'll be secure for participants who, and it may damage the reputation of these respondents, for example. A lot of data was kept at the Faculty of Education in Cambridge, and only several years ago we could take and we could put here on the server of Nazarbayev University, when we could prove that we can, it's a very secure place. So just the other thing was about the academic integrity training. So just it was CT certificates, yes, so just it was some new notion for Kazakhstan, and we had to explain about the special certification and permission to conduct research, and that it's mandatory not only for faculty and for doctoral students, but it's also important for all who want to publish and who want to conduct research, especially in the social and in the humanities, when you are working with school children, with parents, with the children with special needs. So again, we had to introduce at the ministry and explain that the, it should be the at the formal level, at the national level, CT, just this special trainings and certification to give permission to conduct research is very important. So with at NUGRC, we also was initiative of establishing Kazakhstan Educational Research Association, and the first thing that we did, we tried to develop the research code, so just the ethical code, how to conduct research, and it was the very first guidelines here, which was the first book for all scholars. So just all the medical institutions had, and it was the second one, and it was presented when then Miras was the vice minister. We presented at all these ministerial meetings trying to push universities to have research ethics committees and to use this book. The second thing is another challenge is the misaligned timelines. The period of research projects in Kazakhstan are only for 3 years, and very often the call starts very late, and just get the money, the funds are transferred to the university in September or October, and there is no time to have very active period, and then you have to finish by October or by November. So just it's not the real 3 years, it's 2.5 years or even less to conduct research. So the question was, policymakers and decision makers want to have very quick results and quick wins. I don't understand that the being at this political Olymp, the period of life is also very short, and just these quick wins. And the evidence-based, data-driven, research-based decision-making, it was something we also were emphasizing, that any reform should not be just after consultation of 2-3 experts. They should be the findings of research, and they should be the ground for making any decision, especially when you think about such very conservative sector, the education. So about the longitudinal research here, so just we have the research for 3 years and then plus 3 years, but do we have research for 15 years, for 20 years? It's very important when you're working with students and to see the academic progress from, for example, children from low income families, and how it has an impact on the policies and these reforms that we are introducing. So I think that we are, the challenge that we faced that time. There was a challenge not only about research ethics, that there were no books, there were no things in a very close meeting the standards of international research. So we had to think what books our students are reading. So just, I mean, the doctoral students or the master students, do they have, for students who do not speak English, it was very difficult to find books in Kazakh and the Russian languages. And we had our postdocs and our PhD alumni who were forced, they were to work on the book. They call the theories, methods, and practices. And we tried to put just in a very brief manner, but in a very deep material here, what really research design, research questions, how to work with these, how to conduct interviews, how to, what should be the length of the thesis, and there's so many practical things in this book. And just what I'm really proud of, it's purely female authors here, and all of them are alumni of NUGSC. So for best questions, so it will be a gift for people who will ask best questions. So just I think that it's about the challenges that we faced at NU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aida. I think you provided both a list of challenges, but also a list of opportunities, like how these challenges were transformed into the opportunities. And yes, for every challenge you mentioned, I think I can think of 5 to 10 examples of challenges we have endured, specific examples here in the last 12 years at DSC. Thank you very much for your answer. The question is open. Not everybody needs to speak about this, but I think Laura would like to say
it was
something.
once Aida Kstobaevna's idea to write this book, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Now, this is the best gift I give to my master students, to my PhD students, and today I brought one of my master students here. Yeah, Tiberius is here. As to the challenges, NU, of course, is now, I think, in terms of challenges and overcoming them maybe in secondary school while we are still in kindergarten. The biggest challenge, what I experience now is, be it Coventry University or us, we are all under a big public scrutiny right now, and so much pressure on us. I think our challenge is public impatience and a lot of criticism. They are all trying to push us to the next level, you know, while we are still establishing the academic standards. They ask us about research, about applied research, and what kind of breakthrough we are doing there in Activia. I think this is the real big challenge. Research is very expensive, not only resource-wise, finance-wise, but also time-wise. It needs time. And also, the biggest challenge is research doesn't work top-down, right? Of course, in our culture, when the rector tells scholars to collaborate, maybe because of the respect, I don't know, mentality, they go and they try to collaborate. At least they go and ask questions about those research projects. But in that part, here at WARC, this is the biggest challenge for my counterparts. Whenever we, you know, have a consensus with that vice chancellor or university provost about research endeavors, they always tell me that this is very difficult to, you know, convince to buy those scholars in. That's why, again, it needs time, right? Research doesn't work top down. And when they are located in Edinburgh or Malaysia or in Dubai, and we are sitting in western part of Kazakhstan, Aktobe, we don't see each other. It's difficult to say, please go and come collaborate. It takes time. Sometimes we send our local scholars to Hiriot Wat for some short-time partnership, so they go and see with their eyes what kind of labs they have, what kind of research infrastructure, and we invite them to Aktobe as well. But I believe this is the only way we can work. Of course, currently we already have some research projects, joint research projects, but I don't think it is still, you know, the mainstream that we are all collaborating, all the professors are working in joint projects. The second challenge for us, and of course I mentioned the quick wins culture, right? We don't want to contribute to this quick wins culture, giving headlines, saying that we are very strong in research, saying that we are, you know, creating very cool research project, etc. And the next challenge is the English language proficiency, of course. We are bringing Bolashak scholars to Aktobe who already speak very good English. We are bringing some other scholars. We have internationally recruited faculty. But I think the success of this partnership will be when local Zhibanov University scholars will start really collaborating. We are offering English language courses. It is the 4th year. I remember we have, our university is very big. We have 1,700 employees. But when we first launched this English language course, you can't imagine, only 30 people came. You know, we brought very strong English language instructors to Aktobe. And we said, it is free of charge, please just go to English language courses. And now we have around 200, right, Myra? 200 people studying English. And I think in the long term, of course, when English language proficiency improves, it's also necessary. But for some scholars, even English language command is not a barrier. Some scholars even go and work. So far, the biggest challenge, once again, we are not doing the job in the pace we want. Sometimes we have a lot of pressure, a lot of questions, and it distracts a lot. And it is quick wins culture. The second is research doesn't work top down, and the third is the English language proficiency so far.
If I may contribute to the discussion on
Please,
this topic.
yes, of course.
So yes, indeed, so we have a lot of challenges, as my predecessors mentioned. One of the challenges that foreign universities must navigate, differences between international, of course, standards and the local standards. And Aida mentioned a lot of cases, that relates to the research, grants here in Kazakhstan. And one of the points that I would like to mention, by virtue of kind of, having different experience, and experience as well in the Ministry of Education and Science when it was a different minister, single minister, to be honest. And then it was like in 2020, I guess, when we introduced kind of research grants for foreign and local institutions if they do collaborative research. And interesting, then we realized that we had only 2 or 3 applications for that. And we asked ourselves, why we have so little number of applications? Because we impose so many local standards to international institutions. And of course, it doesn't work in the real life. And then we understood that we have to change it immediately, because we will not have research collaborations, in future, if we try to tell internationally recognized institutions that you have to comply with the local regulations only. Because they have own regulations, and of course they have a practice and a very, very long history of the research and doing research and the teaching as well. In this context, of course, it's not possible. Another point that we introduced for first time, it was 5 years ago exactly, like a small research grants. In the UK, 80% of research grants, they are small grants. And we introduced very similar scheme here in Kazakhstan, but we had so little number of applications for that. Because the process of the, getting the small research grants is the same as you have for the full grants for 3 years. And people, of course, ask themselves why we need to apply for the small grants if we can, we have to pass the same, the same long trip from the application to the decision with for the small grants. And of course, it's illogic. And I think that the government of Kazakhstan need to continue, to develop and restructure this kind of research grants, because otherwise we will not have research collaborations between local institutions and international one. Another problem that, let's be honest, so the strongest areas of foreign universities that may not immediately meet the national priorities. As an example, the government of Kazakhstan, they're really keen now to develop, the AI and implement AI, particularly in all areas of our life. It's really great, of course, for the one hand, because, we try to be, the kind of new industrial country in sense that this is kind of new revolution, the industrial revolution in the world. But on the other hand, AI is a very broad area. For instance, when the government asked us, can you provide an expert on AI? I asked the Coventry about that, and they told me that we have more than 60 different experts leading in AI, plus 80 PhDs on AI. Could you please specify which concrete areas you mean? So it means that AI, it's not, for instance, for AI, it's not like a one area. We have, you know, the AI, for instance, in manufacturing, in the different other, etc., etc. So in this context, I think that we need to have kind of dialogue between the government and the international institutions, international, I mean, not just you know, private, but also public institutes. Like why not with a British Academy of Science, for instance? They do different projects, and they offer different funds as well. So I think that in order to make sure that somehow we can be integrated in the international research ecosystem, we need to speak, you know, with the same language, as Aida said, you know, in the same language of the research integrity, you know, the ethics, etc., but also on the same language of the standards that actually we have international scale. And in this context, I have to be honest with you, and I think this is a kind of news I can share with you, and I wasn't able to do that when I served, you know, as a public official, you know, but we, you know, in 2021, I guess, it was a problem how to develop, and the question, how to develop to the kind of research area in Kazakhstan. And what I did, so I invited one of the, you know, famous person, you know, probably you know Sergei Guriev. At that time, he was a provost of Saint Paul in France, and it was like a close, you know, meeting. And asked him, you know, what I have to do, you know, and he said, Miras, don't play with a, you know, like a red ocean. Play with a blue ocean strategy, and work with you know, youth in Kazakhstan to develop new, actually, to develop new cohort of the researchers that can later on understand you what you speak in respect of the research strategies and international research collaborations. And in this context, I believe that in order to make sure that we can, I mean, be in compliance with international standards, I think we need to be somehow open to that. I mean, our regulations are really still strict, you know, and we need to change it. I mean, including, for instance, in order to be a how to say, leader, yes, in research team, if you apply for research grants in Kazakhstan, you need to be a resident in Kazakhstan. I mean, practically for Coventry, Kazakhstan, it's not possible because we have indeed our faculty, our team are here. I mean, from Coventry, including I would like to introduce you, Mariam Drasa. She's from Coventry. She's our operating director, and they stay here for, you know, for the more than 180 days. But they will not apply for you know, local residence because they will lose their kind of, you know, residence in the UK, for instance. And it's a problem. They will not do that in order to get, you know, research projects. And one more point, just I know that I have a time limit. It's a problem with sustainability, you know, because the problem that here, if you have like research grant for 3 years, and in fact for 2 years, it's a problem when you do this kind of part in research, what will be later. And for international institutions, for foreign institutions, it's very important to have, you know, to ensure the sustainability of the projects and research. And we have a lot of examples, unfortunately, Daniel, when we have, you know, when in Kazakhstan, a lot of labs, different labs with different, you know, names of people actually established, but they disappeared completely. And we have like a ribbon cut, you know, everything, you know, pictures of all these labs. And where's these labs now? You know, and nobody's even remember what actually, you know, what kind of technologies were produced by using these kind of labs. And this is what we, I think, need to avoid in order to making sure that we can have like a kind of collaboration with international institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, I think we are having similar discussions at Nazarbayev University in terms of sustainability linked to funding. So very important discussions, I think, that are common across these different models. Diane?
Very brief, because I know time is of essence. I think one of the biggest barriers for the international collaborations is around some of the red tape and the expectations around that. I know that in this particular project, the experience was that We needed to have, signatures from very high up within our university, and we're not normally accustomed to doing that. Normally just our, the head of school would do it, but we had to go higher up within the university, and it means that until you get that signature, you can't get any payments, you can't get contracts organised, and this can cause some frustration because, of course, we also have research teams. We might employ a research assistant on that side, and it means that we're not able to pay them. So these logistic issues can become very real practical issues at our end as well. And finally, the expectations around what we produce. So I know that at our university, we're always encouraged to be as brief as possible. So if we are to produce a report, it's just, the key findings. You might have an executive summary. And so when I started preparing the report, which was essential, to get the next round of annual funding, I then realised the longer the better. Like if you can provide as much information, details of meetings, and this was a very foreign concept to me, very opposite to what we're encouraged to do in our particular system. So just two examples of some of the operational logistics, I guess. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Diane. I think I know exactly what you are referring to, and I remember these discussions with you, so I'm happy that we came to an agreement and understanding of what the expectations were. So, but very good point, very good point. All right, thank you so much. Rather than me providing a summary of the points, I think it's probably more interesting to the audience that we listen to the panelists, so I will move to the next question. As I imagine, we are going to need perhaps to skip one of the questions, the last one, just to ensure that the audience has a chance to ask questions. So I'm going to present the third question, and I will ask, please, your contributions, if you can make them very, very specific and very brief, so we can allow the audience to contribute. The third question is now in terms of, well, I will read it from the screen, in terms of collaboration and how these models complement. Specifically, the question is, in your view, how can different models of foreign universities complement each other rather than compete in strengthening Kazakhstan research ecosystem? Again, open question. Not everybody needs to answer. Aida, thank you very much, Aida. How different models can collaborate rather than compete, or whether it is inevitable and these models will be in competition and there is nothing we can do again.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be very brief. What I liked about Dr. Daulenov's answer is each, I think, university, each partnership should recognize its limitations. Like as Dr. Daulenov mentioned, like Coventry is mostly not research intense, but industrially linked university. And as to Hiriot, yeah, it's research oriented, but we also understand that this is very industry-linked university. So I think each university coming to Kazakhstan is unique and different, and of course, ministry is trying to support all of us as much as they can. So my answer is we are not. Each university has its own focus and strong strengths. Like Hiriot is very strong in electronic engineering, electric engineering, engineering overall. Coventry is coming with education right now, and business administration education. We are not doing that, for instance. So each university is doing its own has its own niche. So I think we can rather, yeah, especially about UK universities, we are very supportive of each other. Yeah, we are different, but I think we complement each other rather than we can compete. Even for us, we are in Aktobe, we are not in Astana and Almaty. We are doing our own job there.
Thank you so much, Laura. And I think that's part of the strategy, right? Like there are these many universities open, but they are not generalists. Every university, or most of them, are very specific, and they partner with a university that can be, strengthened in the area of STEM. Some of them architecture, agriculture, and other areas. So yeah, I do agree.
May I contribute as well? So I totally agree with what actually Laura told us about the collaboration, and I believe actually in a kind of power of collaboration. And to be honest with you, so we have to be honest that here in Kazakhstan, as we indeed have a lot of partnerships, more than 20, you mentioned 26 in Kazakhstan, we really understand the power of collaboration between each other. And on 16th of October, we're going to have a roundtable when we will discuss how we can, what kind of recommendation we can make to the government in order to change slightly, probably, in different parts. I mean, kind of regulations concerning operations of the foreign institutions. But what I realized, here in Kazakhstan, and what I see that we do understand that we have to collaborate with each other in respect of the foreign institutions here. We have very good relationship with the Laus institution, and including the Hayrat Ward, with the Queen's University Belfast and Almaty, different many others. But sometimes what I perceive here, some local universities, they they don't want to collaborate with us. They mostly think that we are competitors of them. And I will tell them that we're not competitive for few years. Yes, I will tell them we compete with the universities that are really close to us, like they are located in China, in Europe, in many parts of the world where our students and researchers they go to. And this is the world where we compete. And we do not compete in local context. And we would like not to compete in local context. We would like to collaborate in local context, and we have to understand that this is crucially important. Because otherwise, in this kind of competition, Kazakhstan, on one hand, it's a very big country. On the other hand, it's a very small country by number of researchers, by number of faculty, and international faculty as well. And we cannot compete with each other. It's a waste of time. We need to collaborate with each other in order to make sure that Kazakhstan can be more stronger. I mean, in competition with the different other countries, as I told you before. So in this reason, so I believe that, to be honest with you, so we have more intensive collaboration now with foreign branches here, rather than with local. Unfortunately, with local universities. To be honest, I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Coventry, Kazakhstan already entered with the arrangements in research, especially with 3 institutions in Kazakhstan, 4 institutions. The first one, this is Eurasian Asian University, especially in digital literacy and AI. We have this kind of collaboration. Second, this is Astana IT University in digital technologies and development. And third, this is Linguistic Institutes, Research Linguistic Institute in Almaty. We have also collaboration with them. So they are open, all of them, they are open for collaboration. They understand why we need to collaborate. But sometimes I hear from especially national universities, they say that, we're actually the best in rankings, etc. We will not collaborate. And for me, it's really strange, because when I ask them, do you have, internal mobility, I mean, the country mobility with different other universities, like with Zhubanov University, for instance, do you send students from Almaty to Zhubanov? They say no. And I ask, them, for what, to what countries you actually, to what regions you send students, and to what countries you collaborate. And as I said, we don't need it. And I don't understand it, really. So I think that Kazakhstan is a uniform country, and we need to collaborate with each other in order to make Kazakhstan stronger and stronger. So this is my vision on it. So that's why we represent Coventry, Kazakhstan here on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Miras. I hope in the near future you can add a 4th institution in terms of collaboration as you move into education. Nazarbayev University, it would be a good institution to collaborate with, and we will be very happy to initiate these discussions. Thank you very much. I think in considering the time, and we don't want to go beyond the time, because there is a very interesting program of the conference, so there are other events happening after this panel. As I mentioned, I think I will exercise my freedom, autonomy as moderator, to keep this question number 4 on the screen. If we have time, we might come back to it. It's, I think, a very interesting question, and Professor Miras was also saying that there is a roundtable coming soon in which they will discuss recommendations to the government I think it's very related to this question we have there. So we will keep it there in the screen, but I like it maybe now to give the floor to the audience just to ask any questions they might have. Please, if you ask a question, as is happening now, please raise your hand. Then we have wonderful student volunteers with a microphone. And if you can please introduce yourself, your name, your position, and if the question is addressed to one of the panelists specifically, just make sure that you make that explicit.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'll try to my best to win these 2 wonderful books. So I was present at the grand opening of Cardiff University, and one challenge that I observed is that while new universities bring new opportunities, first enrolled students, especially in fields like engineering, might have an experiential experience gap just because of access to essential laboratory equipment. Most of the equipment is bulky and expensive, difficult to install, to transport. We all understand that. From your perspective, how can engineering universities together with their foreign partners address this challenge to ensure students receive experimental and practical training despite such constraints? By the way, I forgot to mention my position. I'm a PhD student in civil engineering here, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Might we have your name, please?
Potagos.
Potagos. Thank you, Potagos.
We train energy engineers in Aktovie, and the question is very good, very important, because here in Kazakhstan we have a very strict state procurement system by which we buy equipment. And in our case, Hiriot what tells us exactly what kind of equipment to buy, because they want this synchronous, system. They want exactly that equipment, but our system doesn't allow. But so far in Aktovie, our university is, of course, is an engineering university, not only teacher training. We are a comprehensive university. That's why so far I believe we have some good labs. So for electrical engineering, it was a bit more challenges to get equipment for electrical engineers. For computer engineers, of course, we have all the programs. Apart from that, Schlumberger company just granted us some very important computer software, and they are there. As to petroleum engineering, we also have all the equipment, because it is the 3rd year we are working, and I hope that my colleagues at Cardiff also solve all these issues. So yeah, maybe my answer is more advocative, yeah, but I'm telling how it is. Here at NU, yeah, I also try to be more, to take a neutral stance, to be more researcher, but we like advocating, right, what we are doing. But the truth is that we already have a good lab infrastructure for students.
The best way is to involve industry.
Yeah, yes, it's very important. In case of what Schlumberger knows Hiriot very well. That's why they trusted us and they bought us all those computer software.
Thank you very much for the question and for the answer. I think there is a follow-up answer from Professor Miras.
So currently we don't have like engineering programs in Coventry, Kazakhstan, but we intended to have it for Almaty campus. So we're going to have Almaty campus as well. Why Almaty? To be honest, before our ambition was to open some more programs in special engineering here in Astana, but when we started to speak with industries, and the Coventry University is really they have a really great, I think, rule or standard. If they open any programs overseas, they need to have industrial partners, partner from industry. And they need to have a partner that ensures sustainability of the programs for a long time, including offering placements for students, but also like a collaborative, the research and of course, kind of, different other collaborations. In this area, what we've seen that in Almaty region, we have a lot of, companies that are interested, especially in different areas where the Coventry University are really strong, including like civil engineering and construction management, plus architectural technologies. But we will not run, for instance, mining. Cardiff University are really strong in mining, and this is their really great site. But we will focus on something where we are strong. But on the other hand, the question here, the main question, what the first? they open the program or to develop the particular technologies and areas of engineering country as in an economy scale. And I think that the first, of course, it should be like a readiness of the economy for that. Because as an example, I can give you an example. Okay, so we intended as well to open the program on automotive engineering. Coventry University is really strong on that. They have collaboration with Land Rover Jaguar, with many assets. I mentioned as well the Geely and many others. But when Astana Motors, when Allure and many other companies here, they learned the program in details on it. We shared with the programs with them. They said, Miras, it's not for Kazakhstan. I said, why? Because we do assembling cars here. We're not producing cars in a pure sense. So your programs is to train engineers, for instance, for Toyota factories in Japan, not for Kazakhstan. This is a really different program. And I said, wow. So it means that you don't have, what kind of engineers do you require? They said, people who can work with assembling cars. And for instance, Astana Motors, they said, they already announced the opening of the new factory in Almaty. And they said, we need to have 500 new engineers. I said, okay, we can train them. But we don't have a program, in the portfolio of Coventry UK that they can help you to do that. Because we will do different engineering. So it means that in order to be aligned with the industry needs, we need to deep understanding what kind of really needs do we need to have in Kazakhstan. And another, but the main basic question is whether the economy of Kazakhstan is ready, to adapt kind of technologies and of course, people that we will train here in Coventry, Kazakhstan, for the in engineering programs.
Thank you very much. More questions? If it's a brief question, you can introduce yourself and.
Thank you. My name is Anara. I'm the second year PhD student at GSC. And my question is to Dr. Davlenov about cooperation. You said that you highly appreciate the cooperation of two countries. So thinking about the future of, personally my future, after graduating from this school, is there an option to get a position at your university? Or maybe do you provide places for the local staff? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So yeah, so first of all, we are licensed campus of Coventry University UK, and we're a British institution. So that's why we do hiring of of all staff internationally. So it means that all of our faculty, they have affiliation not just with Coventry, Kazakhstan, but with Coventry University Group. They have the Coventry University Group where the campuses overseas they also are included. And so that's why all our faculty, they first of all what we require from them. So first of all, to have experience in the UK system, because mostly local universities they're based on American system. Of course, it's slightly different from the UK. It's not so different. Nevertheless, we expect from the all faculty to have like a kind of teaching experience or doing research in the UK system. Yeah. Second point, of course, currently we have local staff. In my own faculty as well. So they do teach computer science, different business as well. So we have local staff. But we have to also understand that when you apply for the teaching position, you will compete with others on an international scale. And this is very important to how to prepare your profile actually. Sometimes, people prepare a profile, by last minute, and it seems like not so, how to say, kind of feasible in respect of what kind of research tracks or teaching track do you have exactly. So if you want to be a faculty at Coventry, Kazakhstan, welcome, most welcome, but you have to prepare now for that. And we would like to start a, now we discuss with NITE, National Institute of Teaching Excellence, kind of program for local faculty who can be integrated later with Coventry, Kazakhstan, starting training them now. not just like in the final stage when we just make an interview, but of course making sure that you are trained for that, and we will do that absolutely. But indeed, we have a local staff, and they are really great. So we're really proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Nanara. This part of this conference was to network, so I think that was a good networking attempt. So please, you can continue the conversation. There were two questions on this side of the audience, another one there. So I don't know, maybe, I think my colleague Dil Ravo over there, that's the first hand I saw standing over there on this side of the room. And then we have a, okay, if you have the microphone, you can ask your question, but please be specific.
Thanks. My name is Sheikh Metafadil, third year civil engineering student. I have a question about how do you plan to use foreign universities opportunities in order to develop startup ecosystem in your universities? Because we have very centralized ecosystem in Astana and Almaty. What about the regional universities, for example, in Aktobe? How can we develop Silicon Valley in Aktobe, for example?
Silicon Valley, thank you so much. So currently, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Higher Education is implementing a very large-scale AI Sana program. You probably heard about it. AI Sana. So this program is already giving opportunities to many students to enter this important startups project. So at the first stage, they are all getting AI training and education. And the next stage, they will be competing for funding for supporting their startups. So Zhubanov University is part of this program. We are in top 3 even in implementing this program. That is the first case. And in Aktobe, we also have Aktobe IT Hub. So our Hiriot students are very, very active. Even from their first year, they were coming to me with their ideas of startups. When we said, please calm down, please first do your job, study, but still they are from their first year, they are already bringing their ideas, and we were sending them to different hackathons in Almaty and in Astana. So even though we are in the region, our students have access to different opportunities at the nation scale. So they are part of the different opportunities networks in Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question, Dil Rabo, over there. Then we have another question, I think, here, and another question there. And I think this is going to be, we will close the event after these questions.
First of all, thank you very much for the interesting talk to all the panel members. My question is to Laura and to Miras. Considering the rise in cost, competition, frequent changes in politics, policies of Kazakhstan, and frequent changes in the Minister of Education himself, do you see the branch campus model sustainable in the next decade in Kazakhstan?
Okay, so good question. First of all, I think that, of course, yes, indeed. So we have like a 3-4 year cycle for the all ministers, and, of course, for the, each minister try to introduce something new, yes, because he's a new minister, he needs to have like, again, new ideas, etc., presented to government and to president. But what I, realize here in Kazakhstan, and I see that in any event, we have kind of, the mainstreams that they started, many years ago, and now we've just followed up on it. For instance, I can mention like a Demonfort, Kazakhstan, and it was in 2021, I guess, when we opened the first branch in Almaty, and then we left ministry, but it's still, new actually partnership deal, because the war, Kazakhstan now, it's not locked by itself, we have a lot of, different partnerships and collaboration, and we need to take into account. We cannot say that we stop all international collaborations, we will do the research by ourselves. It's not possible, because their life is changed, the world is changed, and I think that the branch campuses, of course, they will be sustainable until Kazakhstan is in top 10 countries in the world for the students studying abroad. I think this is one of the main points that we actually, as a foreign institutions, we need to help to Kazakhstan to fight with that, to be honest. I'm not telling that studying abroad is something bad. I studied abroad, and I've spent more than 6 years abroad, in my life. But I believe that when, we have really great and big competition between countries on in this kind of technological revolution, including AI and digital, etc., etc., we need to have the really great, human capital. And if we lose a lot of young, talented students every year, thousands of them, I don't know why, but study in kind of neighbor countries, and I don't know why they study there, and we lose in this competition still. And I think that branch campuses, they can help us, the country, the society, and the whole nation to compete with all of these institutions abroad. And this is our strategy, to be honest with you. And so that's why I was invited by Coventry to lead this branch campus, and I'm really, really thankful to them.
Indeed, the continuity and the succession is a big problem for our culture. And many of such endeavors are tied to individuals rather than it's tied institutionally. And they are in Aktobe. It's my second term, my fourth year. And my colleagues know, I very often talk now about succession, about sustainability. I'm trying to, to grow people so they can sustain and persevere later. And so recently they were asking me, are you leaving, my colleagues? I say, no, I'm not leaving, but I'm preparing you for the next stage. So as the core faculty, as the core people they are in Aktobe, I say that you should protect what we've already achieved. So I believe in people. I think every day we are trying to train new people, we are trying to bring new people, and I think people will try to persevere and try to retain what we have so far.
Thank you very much. 2 more questions and we will need to close. There is a question here from the lady in the 4th row.
Okay, good evening. My name is Shreya. I'm from SDU University, Almaty, PhD 2nd year. So my question is to Professor Diana from Melbourne University. So since you have mentioned the word cultural diversity, so my question is regarding about culture. So what do you think, how do foreign universities operating in Kazakhstan can influence the formation and transformation of the cultural identity here among Kazakhstani students? And most importantly, how we can preserve our national identity in this globalized world?
Wow, thank you very much for that question. Well, yes, I think it is important for each place to retain its unique identity and, the qualities that are important. Looking at how, I've only been in the country for about 4 days or so, so I don't want to speak out of tune, but my understanding is that you're a very hard-working country and very systematic, very routine-like in your approach. And I think that can be really a strength, particularly when you're doing research that does require you to be a bit more systematic, rigorous, methodical in your approach. So I think you should retain, really try and identify what works for you already and what are some of the more, delicate areas. At the same time, openness is very important to learning about different methods and ways of operating in different countries. So I think that's really important as well. And, from a cultural perspective, it can be sometimes difficult as a foreigner coming in and seeing some of that rigour and inflexibility at times. So I think it's finding the right balance, really. But from the cultural perspective, I really do think the hard-working approach is very important. The ambition, the drive, looking for opportunities is important. And I think, like some of the other speakers have said, one of the most important insights for me being here is that there's a lot of talent in this country, and that we should be supporting this talent, and the external contributions are to support, not to change necessarily. And so I can see that the university would be well versed to try and develop some sort of talent retention and development program for academics and graduate researchers here. And how we can shape the culture is we can provide mentoring in areas that you yourselves have identified as being really important. For example, ethics was one of the areas that was discussed a little bit, and that professional integrity and what is best practice. And so that can be done through Zoom and online mentoring, and it doesn't need to be really big, significant changes all the time to be able to have impact. But I can see lots of strengths, and I think it's that development and retention that is really, really important, and how foreign universities and can support that, I think is really important, because there's a lot of talent here.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? I remember seeing a hand raised. All right. I will allow, just because it's Azambai, I will ask him to ask the question, but this will be the very final question of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a question to Professor Diana and Dr. Miras. Building research infrastructure is very important, and providing sustainable funding for research is very important. You all understand that as we're discussing about foreign universities' role in Kazakhstan's research ecosystem, we all know that the Ministry of Funding, they don't provide any special funds for infrastructure. My question is simple. Do you have any endowment fund? If yes, how much are you planning to spend for research and do research in Kazakhstan? Thank you.
Maybe the question, if I understood correctly, whether there is an endowment fund in the institutions. I think your question was addressed to Dayan and to Miras, Professor Miras. And if yes, how much of that endowment is going to be or has been directed to research? Expectations. Yeah, just if you can provide a brief answer, like to the specific question.
Yes. So I think I lost, the kind of the question. So
the question is whether there is an endowment fund at your institution, and if yes, how much of that is expected in the future to be devoted to research?
In Coventry, Kazakhstan, we don't have yet, any endowment fund. But now, currently, we discuss with Coventry, UK, establishing kind of, fund for scholarships for students. We don't have a separate fund for research for the moment. Endowment fund. So I think that it's like the same what actually Laura told us. Everyone expects from our institutions to do everything at the same time. So we just, to be honest, we were born like 2 years ago. We started with teaching 2 years ago. We had like 100 students last year. Now we have 400 and more. But we will have probably in future when we have next step for that. But for the moment, we don't have endowment fund, in Coventry, Kazakhstan. But we will have next year, we hope, the fund for a scholarship for students. Yeah.
Thank you.
We do have some places, so I can speak on behalf of the Faculty of Education, and this would be consistent across other faculties as well within the University of Melbourne. But they are very limited, and in particular, we have, for example, for PhD students, you can be applying, but it's quite high standards, and it's like international standards of having at least a grade average of about 80% for all your subjects, and then you can be sort of applying to the University of Melbourne, and you sometimes can get offered a place, a PhD place, but not necessarily with a scholarship. The scholarships are a lot more limited, and it's more likely to be around 85%, the average mark that might get you a scholarship. and there is competition. So it depends on how many people apply, international students apply, and how many scholarships are available. But to have realistic expectations, there's usually a handful within our faculty that are scholarship based. So it is really competitive and really limited, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. I think this will be the last question of the panel. That's great. I think I've been given the power to pass these books to the best questions in the audience. I don't know whether I can decide what the best questions are, so I will just pass this, and please, at the end of the panel when we finish, you can come here and take your books. But I think at least the ones that will make the best use of these books, perhaps because these books are in the area of social sciences and education in particular, I would like to pass one of the books to one of the questions by Anara. I think you will make a good use of one of them. And also our visitor from the university, SDU, that also I think was a good question, and you will also enjoy reading this book. I might mention that these books, both of them and others, are available open access in our GSE website. So if you didn't have a chance to get the hard copy, you can download them for free in 3 languages in our gse.nu.edu KZ website. So please visit us. And I would like to conclude the panel by thanking the 4 panelists for joining us and sharing their interest insights. They were very brave. As we mentioned, these are very new models. The oldest is 15 years old and others are just a few years old. So coming here to speak about research where that might not be the first priority of this short-term priority of the universities was very brave. And also thanking the audience for your engagement and for your participation. So let's give a final round of applause to the panelists. And this will conclude our panel. Thank you so much.